Chapter 977. Yi Fan was very calm when he said these words. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, as if he didn't realize what kind of storm was about to come. He was going to fight against the Crusaders alone. How bold was this? He actually dared to do this. There would undoubtedly be a perilous storm. In the eyes of these sect masters, this might even pierce through the heavens. In ancient times, for the sake of fighting over the holy city of Jerusalem, the Crusaders had caused great suffering. At that time, experts came forth in large numbers, and each time, they fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split. Yi Fan didn't have any agitated emotions. Everything was because the people of the Western Orthodoxy wanted to take action against him. He was only retaliating and didn't use any strong words. I don't care who he is. Since he wants to carry out the final judgment, I'm sorry. Whether he is a crusader or a divine knight, I can only kill him. Now, in this era without laws, he didn't want to kill any sect, but he wouldn't let others bully him either. Several fallen angels headed east to the Middle Earth to carry out judgment on him and take his life. This was intolerable. After such a storm at the cultivation meeting, people no longer had the mood to watch the competition. That was because even the top experts of the younger generation had entered Nine Firmament's Myriad Blessings Palace. Dao friend, please don't misunderstand. My clan doesn't want to seek revenge. The clan master of the great Shia dragon Sparrow lineage spoke. After seeing Yi Fan's cultivation, he was afraid that he would blame and hate him. This is nothing. Yi Fan smiled. There was no need to fuss over these small matters. The people present all had high statuses. They were all sect masters of great sects. Only Dragon Sparrow, Phoenix Goddess, and Kunlun Pisces were of the younger generation. What Yi Fan didn't expect was that these young experts all wanted to exchange pointers with him. They wanted to continue the battle from not long ago. In fact, they wanted him to pass on his techniques. Kai. Sword light illuminated the sky. A flying sword weaved unhindered within Nine Firmament's Myriad Blessings Palace, producing a chaotic light. It emitted a dense killing intent that rushed into the heavens. This was Kai Song Zi's Dao. A speck of dust could transform into a sword to fill the sea, and a blade of grass could transform into a sword to slash the sun, moon, and stars. Yi Fan couldn't reach such a level, but it wasn't a problem for him to display sword intent. Forget about Zhong Yifan. Even the immortal sword sect master and the various great sect masters were stupefied. They were almost petrified. This type of method was world-defying, possessing the power to pierce through the heavens and penetrate through the earth. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't conceal his cultivation base and fully displayed his profound meanings. Then, he started to display the Jade Pool's technique and exchanged blows with the Kunlun Pisces. Suddenly, he was as ethereal as a banished immortal, untainted by the mortal world, elegant and quick-witted. In the end, he even used vicious flying celestial art, which was like a celestial spirit that could slash apart the heavens. He did not obtain the orthodox inheritance, but he had fought many life and death battles with Hua Yunfei, so he understood a bit. With his current cultivation, he could naturally recover a portion of it. He was extraordinary. Sect Master Xue Chen sighed softly. Yi Fan's current cultivation base far exceeded their imaginations. He was definitely at the same level as the ancient sect masters, perhaps even stronger. Big fish, little fish, you too can take Dao Brother Yi as your masters. He spoke like this. Just this flying celestial art was enough to shock both past and present, so it was definitely worth it to take him as a master. Vicious talent was unparalleled since ancient times, and ordinary people couldn't hope to reach his level. He used an ordinary body to prove his Dao, and the Dao and secret techniques he established surpassed all sects. He was revered by the heavens. Anyone with good eyesight could see some clues. These sect masters' eyelashes were all empty, so they were naturally shocked. They wanted to pave out a bright path for their disciples. They had reason to believe that the reason why Yi Fan was so powerful was related to these unmatched secret techniques. Perhaps he had the most powerful ancient scriptures that could allow him to fight against the world alone. Little Master, Huang pays her respects to you. On the side, the Phoenix Goddess was extremely quick-witted. She was an outstanding beauty with a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts. She wore modern attire, yet she possessed a classical charm. Normally, she was extremely arrogant, but right now, she revealed a mischievous expression. It could be said that she was a type of unconventional beauty. Yu Weiyu was heroic and vigorous, while Yang Xiaoyu was elegant and moving. They were known as Kunlun's twin jade annulus. They stood on the side, momentarily a bit stupefied as they stared at Kunlun's sect master. They never expected the Phoenix goddess to be this quick-witted, rushing to take him as her master first. She didn't care about betraying the sect, because this sect master was her grandfather. No one would think that way. I'm asking you all to take Dao Brother Yi as your master, not to betray the sect. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry up and ask for it. Sect Master Xue Chen said. When the others saw this, they all spoke up as well. Nowadays, it was too difficult to find someone who was comparable to the ancient sect masters or even more powerful. However, there was a living person in front of them. If a disciple was allowed to cultivate with him, not to mention the inheritance, even their status would be greatly different. Who would dare to harm him in the future? Forming a relationship with Yi Fan was an invisible type of intimidation. In the end, Longhu Mountain's sect master also summoned his descendant. His name was Zhong Qingyang, and he was known as the Daoist Little Spiritual Master. He was also known as the Little Taoist Master. Phoenix Goddess, Zhong Yifan, Dragon Sparrow, Kunlun Pisces, and Zhong Qingyang. These 6 could practically be said to be the 6 most powerful geniuses of the younger generation. They had the greatest potential, and their respective masters all wanted Yi Fan to accept them. Among them, Phoenix Goddess was the most active. She was completely different from her usual arrogant appearance. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons as she shamelessly hugged Yi Fan's arm and refused to let go. It was almost as if she was acting shamelessly. Among them, Long Xiaoqiu was the coldest. He was just like this, direct and straightforward. He only opened his mouth and asked Yi Fan to teach him the technique, and then he stood there like a block of wood. So many people earnestly asked, but Yi Fan kept shaking his head. He had no intention of accepting disciples. Giving them some pointers was fine, but it was enough to keep a little purple guy by his side to teach. Brother Yi, please reconsider. These children are all good seedlings, but it's a pity that they were born at the wrong time. If they stay in the sect, they will become useless. They continuously pleaded. This kind of geniuses was rare. In order to cultivate them, every sect put in a lot of effort. They gave them the best spiritual eyes to meditate and gave them ancestral sacred medicine to consume. They worked hard to create an environment similar to the ancient times. However, they could only cultivate them to this stage. What should be consumed was almost all. After entering the dragonization stage, the need would be even greater. There was no way to simulate the ancient environment. Seeing Yi Fan's attainment, they felt that he most likely had another way. They wanted his help so that the path of these geniuses could be longer and further. Brother Yi, with your attainment, sooner or later you will choose to go far away. The spiritual energy on earth has dried up. You will certainly imitate the ancient sages and leave. However, if you leave like this, what about your worries on earth? No matter how extraordinary you are, there will always be some people and some things that you will never forget. What's wrong with leaving behind a few disciples to pass on the great path to you and protect your worries in the world of mortals? The words of the Kunlun headmaster Xue Chen stunned Yi Fan. Yes, perhaps after tens or hundreds of years, he would eventually set foot on the starry sky. Even if it was difficult to return to the Big Dipper, he would try his best to see those old friends. After he left, who would be able to establish a foothold in front of his parents' tombs? Who would be able to take care of those unforgettable people? Who would be able to protect his worries in the world of mortals? In the end, Yi Fan agreed and accepted them as registered disciples. At the same time, he also wanted to understand where the ancient sages and sages had gone through these sects. He wanted to know what kind of ancient path they had taken and what clues they might have left behind. The meeting of cultivators came to an end. Everyone was very satisfied and felt that this trip was not in vain. To be able to see an existence comparable to the ancient divine arts in action was the greatest reward. It was said that he was an expert at the great circle of the dragonization realm. His strength was reflected in his battle with the fallen angels. The few headmasters judged that he might be about to ascend to immortality soon. As for what the actual situation was, the headmaster Xue Chen and the others naturally wouldn't say because they knew that Yi Fan might have to fight alone against the Crusaders of the East. Not revealing his strength might be his greatest trump card. This was because Yi Fan wanted to take back all the ancient items that the Western orthodoxies had stolen. He didn't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. There's nothing wrong with the various museums, but there are some ancestral weapons in Jerusalem and Vatican City that should be taken back. Speaking of these matters, the words of the few headmasters were filled with indignation. Many ancestral weapons of Middle-earth were actually stolen away in the past. This was a type of humiliation. They were displayed in the West and couldn't be taken back even now. I will make a trip there and take back all the ancestral weapons, Yi Fan said softly as he stared at the distant west. After that, he brought a number of registered disciples down the mountain and left the Shangqing sect. He declined the invitations of some headmasters because he had already lingered here for many days. Yi Fan and the others left the secret land and entered the Maro mountain range of the mortal world. They hadn't gone far when suddenly the stars shifted and the scenery changed greatly. Beams of supreme sword qi attacked them and ancient weapons flashed with light. What happened? Kunlun Pisces, Phoenix Goddess, and the others cried out in alarm. They all made preparations for battle and each guarded a side. After that, they looked at Yi Fan and waited for his orders. Ancient killing formation, someone wants to eliminate me. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just displayed his might in Maro Mountain, yet there was someone who wasn't afraid and laid down such a great formation to refine his soul. This killing formation was extremely large and should have been created with great effort. Upon closer inspection, Yi Fan discovered that it was an ancient type of extreme formation that had been moved over by someone with great magical force. It had been hidden here for many days already. This was an ancient heaven and earth. Ancient trees towered into the heavens and vines like mountain ridges. Mountains towered into the clouds one after another. Endless killing intent lingered about the great earth. Hong. A great imprint suppressed downwards. There were 9 dragons engraved on it, sinister and majestic. It was extremely heavy. The great imprint was cast from bronze and covered in green rust. King weapon. Cold light flashed past Yi Fan's eyes. This time, they truly didn't come with good intentions. To use such an ancient weapon, the one hiding in the dark was definitely extremely powerful. His expression didn't change. He called the others over and had them stand behind him. He took action alone, his fingers like a sword as he hacked towards the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint. An earth-shattering sound rang out as his fingers shook out an expanse of sword waves. They were like golden waves that shook towards the sky one after another. Dragon Sparrow, Kunlun, and the others were all astonished. This was the first time they had seen Yi Fan go all out like this. The golden blood qi he emitted made their ears ring. The golden blood in Yi Fan's body boiled like a great river, yet it was also like the rumbling of thunder. The sound that spread out almost made the others fall to the ground. Is this master's true combat power? Even Dragon Sparrow, who was conflicted in his heart, was dumbfounded. His entire body trembled. Even ancient divine arts practitioners were nothing compared to this. Clang. Yi Fan's blood qi rushed into the sky. The golden sword waves he slashed out actually had tens of thousands of layers. A corner of the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint fell to the ground. Even the weapon of a Tao-severing king has been destroyed. Zhong Yifan was also astonished. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The green rust on the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint peeled off and emitted a boundless radiance that illuminated the sky. It transformed into a bronze dragon mountain that pressed down. At this moment, a terrifying aura shook the heaven and earth. Rivers and mountains rumbled for thousands of miles. The ancient land within the killing formation collapsed, and the distant mountains collapsed. The scene was extremely shocking. This is the 9-headed dragon Saint bronze imprint. It's a famous ancient magic tool that can automatically unleash its might to suppress and kill a Tao-severing king, Dragon Sparrow exclaimed. Chapter 978. This copper imprint was extremely special. 9 true dragons coiled around it, vivid and lifelike. The green rust fell off, and the weapon spirit awakened on its own. It contained flood dragon power, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the distance, mountains and rivers rumbled, all of them trembling. Quite a few of them collapsed. Magma surged out from many places, rushing into the sky in reverse, the power and momentum astonishing. We can't face it head-on. The young geniuses' expressions all changed. They knew how terrifying this ancient magical artifact was, because there were many legends about it. They were deeply worried for Yi Fan, but at the same time, they were furious. Not long ago, Yi Fan had said that he was going to bring them to the west to retrieve a few ancestral artifacts from the Central Earth. This made their hearts surge with emotions, unable to calm down. Now, they were intercepted and killed along the way. Yi Fan's expression was calm and unperturbed, not showing any fear. He spread out his palm and slowly pressed it towards the sky. He was actually going to use his physical strength to fight it. Peng! The revived 9-dragon holy copper imprint released endless light. 9 true dragons could vaguely be seen coiling about, and at the same time, they pressed down on that large golden hand, releasing boundless Tao ripples that continuously rumbled. This was an astonishing scene, as if there were tens of thousands of great waterfalls pouring down, creating a deafening sound. Streaks of energy hung high up in the sky, submerging Yi Fan's mountainous hand within. The green holy copper imprint was as tall as a mountain. It continuously shook, wanting to crush Yi Fan's palm into meat paste. On its surface, the 9 bronze dragons seemed to have gained life, unexpectedly coiling about, breaking away from the imprint and rushing out. True dragon god trapping. This was one of the legends of this great sect imprint. The 9 dragons could leave the body and transform into true bodies, trapping powerful enemies within and strangling them to death. This was the binding of the Tao, containing the natural laws and great Tao. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. His palm and fingers contracted, turning into the sky-turning imprint. This was a powerful imprint technique he grasped. His palm turned into a great golden imprint, rumbling with the 9 true dragons. Imprint against imprint. Blazing light flickered. The 9 dragons released a trembling sound, rumbling like a tsunami. However, they couldn't stop the sky-turning imprint. 2 of them were smashed apart on the spot, and the rest all wailed as they entered the copper imprint. A light snort sounded from within the ancient killing formation. The soul of this ancient magical artifact was awakened and could attack on its own. It evolved once again, and sword radiance rushed into the sky. Every single true dragon coiled around the imprint. Right now, they all opened their mouths, spraying out beautiful multicolored light that turned into heaven-connecting sword energy, weaving about and hacking out. Too terrifying. Zhong Yifan was shaken. He was a sword cultivator, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of heavenly sword chi. He felt an indescribable fear. In the current world, once a sword chi like this appeared, it could be said to be invincible. Who could stop it? It was because this sect's treasure didn't need anyone to control it, able to attack enemies on its own. In this cultivationless age, it could be said to be a world-shocking great killing weapon. It was too heaven-defying, a single sweep sweeping through an expanse, able to make the cultivation world flow with rivers of blood, corpses pile up into mountains. Wasn't this treasure lost all those years ago? How did it appear again? The little Taoist master, Zhong Qingyang, muttered to himself in shock. Kunlun's Pisces and Phoenix goddess expressions also changed. When this great killing weapon appeared, it truly was unmatched back then. Any sect master that encountered it would die without any suspense. Yi Fan remained unmoved. His eyes were deep, and his hands quickly moved about, directly producing the 6 Tao reincarnations fis. He released a clear roar from his mouth, spitting out a stream of air that was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It was several dozen zhong in length, and then a fist smashed towards the heavens. Pa! This golden fist seemed to have shaken the heavens. It was accompanied by a dazzling sea of lightning, as if the 9 heavens were going to fall down. Heaven dominating earth. In the sky, that famous ancient magical artifact collapsed on the spot. The 9 dragon heads were sliced off, and the copper imprint cracked apart. Then, it shattered in an instant. A king-level magical artifact was destroyed by a single fist of his. Everyone was stupefied. They simply couldn't believe everything that was happening. It was just too shocking. The young geniuses were so shocked they couldn't say anything. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Just how powerful was this mysterious young master? This was but a legendary magical artifact, one whose name shook the ancient times. However, the holy lords of all sects were destroyed just like that. Within the 9 heavens 10 blessings palace, the sect masters that didn't leave were startled. When they learned that there were changes in the outside world, they all rushed out of the Pure Land. However, they all mistakenly entered this ancient killing formation and just happened to see this scene. They were all like clay sculptures. It was actually destroyed just like that. Dragon Sparrow was stupefied and couldn't help but mutter to himself. If you like it, Master will gift you an even better copper imprint in the future. Yi Fan put away the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist and turned around. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. He didn't care at all. He was incomparably calm in the face of exceptional killing intent. The sect masters all surrounded him. They had mysteriously entered the ancient killing formation and felt the severity of the situation. Yi Fan had just displayed great might not long ago, yet someone was trying to kill him as soon as he left the mountain. Just how daring and savage was this? Which Tao friend has graced us with his presence? Why is there a need to make such a big fuss? The Shangqing sect master shouted. This was Marrow Mountain's territory, so for them, this was a type of great disrespect. It has nothing to do with you all. Hurry and leave. A cold shout sounded. The ancient killing formation was activated. Streak after streak of terrifying killing intent turned into exceptional radiance as they rushed over, piercing through the heavenly dome. They were trying to kill Yi Fan. The mountains and rivers moved, and the terrain changed. Many ancient weapons flew over like a rain of light. Even though they weren't divine objects, they were still quite intimidating. They were densely packed, filling up the skies. Tens of thousands of weapons shot over. The mountains and rivers merged into one, draconic energy surging, supporting all types of ancient weapons. This was the power of the formation. When the complexity reached a certain degree, the mountains, rivers, great earth, vast seas, and even the sun, moon, and stars could all be used, displaying the might of nature and the heavenly Tao. The ancient great formation merged with the great power of heaven and earth, operating all types of ancient weapons to suppress Yi Fan, wishing to turn him into a bloody paste, hack him into dust, the attacks shocking the heavens. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was a formation used to trap kings. The one who came overestimated him, not wishing to give him the slightest chance, wishing to kill him. With a shake of his hand, several dozen great banners appeared, stabbing them into the earth, locking down all directions, making it so that the killing formation in this region couldn't operate. Using a formation to break a formation, these were the magical banners the Black Emperor gave him back then. He hadn't used them much, but now, they came in handy. Everything within a range of several hundred zhong was locked down. The ancient killing formation couldn't operate, unable to approach him. In reality, if it was Yi Fan himself, he wouldn't even need to use the magical banners. The main reason was because he was scared that there would be people secretly taking action against the sect masters and honorary disciples. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I'll send you on your way. At this time, a tall figure appeared on a tall mountain in the distance. It was like a demonic body. He drew his bow and narked an arrow, releasing waves of wind and thunder sounds as it shot over. This was a blazing divine rainbow that shook heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, heaven and earth split apart. A large half of the distant mountain range was destroyed. It possessed boundless and immeasurable power. Fortunately, this was a world formed by the ancient killing formation. If it was in the outside world, it would have triggered a tremendous disaster. The destructive power was too great. This arrow's speed was too fast. Yi Fan was a bit careless, unexpectedly unable to evade it. He used his golden palm to block it, releasing heaven overflowing blood energy that was accompanied by rumbling sound. However, what was completely unexpected was that when the angry arrow was released, the mountains and rivers lost color, the sun and moon losing radiance. Its power exceeded his imagination, great to an inconceivable degree. Pu. Golden blood splashed outwards. Yi Fan's right palm was pierced through. This strange divine arrow rushed past, bringing with it a great rain of golden blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was hard to imagine what kind of divine object this was. It actually shot through the center of Yi Fan's palm, leaving behind a bloody hole as it flew outwards. Not even the human race's divine body's tyrannical physique could stop it. Yi Fan retreated. He circulated his entire body's cultivation, raising his flesh and consciousness to the extreme. He treated this like a life and death battle, not daring to look down on it anymore. The ancient saints left, but that didn't mean that there was no danger. It was because there might be a divine artifact left behind. Even though the earth had entered the cultivationless age, terrifying weapons still existed. If he was careless, then he might really suffer greatly. Not good. This is the legendary ancient magical artifact. A single one is enough to wipe out 10 realms. The sect masters' expressions all changed. They loudly reminded Yi Fan to avoid it and not face it head-on. However, this thing followed him like a shadow and couldn't be broken free at all. It continued to chase after Yi Fan without letting him go. This is the leftover material from the 9 divine arrows refined by the great Yi before he shot them down. Later on, they were forged into 2 more arrows. They can destroy the heavens and earth, and no one can face them head-on, Daoist Chi reminded in shock. Fortunately, it wasn't fired by the ancient great sage. Otherwise, it might have pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. 1 arrow was enough to blast apart an ancient star. Pu. Another light sound rang out. Yi Fan's body swayed. He used his palm and fingers to block this arrow. His entire body shook violently, and the space between his thumb and forefinger split open. Blood flowed out in a long stream. It's useless. If you don't kill the enemy, this arrow won't stop. You can die now. In the distant mountains, that person spoke coldly. Yi Fan's eyes became cold. This was the first time he was injured after returning to Earth. He activated the Rho symbol and charged through the ancient killing formation. He quickly pressed forward. It could be said that no one in this world could compare to his speed. He turned into a streak of golden holy light and tore through the great earth, appearing on top of that mountain. The instant Yi Fan ascended the mountain peak, he decisively and mercilessly attacked. His golden palm and fingers covered the area in front of him. The entire mountain began to collapse. This person also reacted extremely quickly and used a rarely seen movement technique to shift horizontally. Fish leap transformation into a true dragon. This was an ancient secret art. It could allow one to advance to the extreme in an instant, allowing one's agility to reach the pinnacle and unleash all of one's potential. He moved horizontally for several miles, but what shocked him was that Yi Fan's Rho symbol could maintain the same extreme speed from beginning to end, far surpassing his limits. He simply couldn't shake him off. A large golden hand stretched out, preventing him from advancing. Below, many towering mountains collapsed. The great peaks were like piles of sand, turning into dust with a rumble. This was a terrifying scene. When one encountered a mountain, the mountain would collapse. When one encountered the sea would dry up, and when one encountered the sky, there was nothing that could obstruct that giant hand. Behind him, the few sect masters and young geniuses stared blankly, unable to utter a single word. Yi Fan's heaven-penetrating methods shocked them. He was comparable to an ancient war god. In addition, that enemy also caused them to be shocked. He was actually a supreme expert in the Immortal Foundation's secret realm, an unparalleled character of this era. This person roared once more, advancing to the extreme. His body almost ignited as he unleashed the fish leap true dragon transformation art once again. He was exhausting his life potential, wanting to evade this calamity. His body instantly moved several miles away. However, What made him horrified was that this time around, it was completely useless. The golden hand trembled lightly. Although it didn't land on his body, the aftershocks still blasted over. Boom! In the world formed by the ancient ultimate formation, large amounts of mountain ranges collapsed. Mountains, ancient trees, giant boulders, everything was turned into powder. Although he evaded with great speed, the powerful aftershocks blasted over. His skull was immediately split open and he was flung over 9 feet into the air. You! His eyes were filled with shock and terror, unable to believe this result. Flowers of blood flowed down from the top of his head, mixed with brain matter, blurring his vision. With a bang, his skull fell to the ground below his feet. It was a horrifying scene. He was an immortal foundation expert. It was impossible for him to die so easily. He screamed in terror. Yi Fan approached like a fiend god. His expression was cold as he spoke. The sun shooting Great Yi's divine treasure is hard to destroy. In that case, I will eliminate you first. At this moment, he already knew the identity and origin of this person. Chapter 979. This was an expert from the female race, the Tao protector of the primordial dragon cave that had disappeared for over 100 years. His robes spoke for itself, and he exuded an innate wildness. He gritted his teeth and wore a robe made of serpent scales. His hair was tied together like a black snake. Although he was fearful of Yi Fan, he didn't want to wait for death and wanted to retaliate. Pu. He spat out a strand of Xiantian blood essence that transformed into a heavenly serpent blood sword that slashed towards the center of Yi Fan's brows. Evidently, it was futile. Yi Fan lightly flicked his finger, and this wave of Xiantian essence energy immediately turned into smoke, evaporating completely. It was refined into ashes, not enough to reach the Tao. This was someone from the Jin dynasty. Back then, he had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Northern Song dynasty and had cultivated for over 1,000 years. His cultivation base was extremely profound and he could be considered a peak-level expert in the current era. Back then, the essence of heaven and earth wasn't as scarce as it was now. Also, he frequently entered the Changbai Mountains and dug up many ginseng, which was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Hence, he broke through to the immortal foundation realm. Although his skull was blasted away and fresh blood flowed freely, the vitality of people at his level was extremely strong. As long as his primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, it would be difficult for him to die. BZZ. The space trembled as that blinding holy arrow flew over again. It wouldn't rest until it died, glowing with a resplendent light as it tore apart the sky and crushed the mountain below, aiming straight for the center of Yi Fan's brows. Such divine might was something that no one in the world could block. It contained an indescribable Tao energy that could shatter everything. This was the same holy arrow that Dai used to shoot the sun. Yi Fan leaned back as he executed the Ro character art. As long as he wasn't careless, he would be able to evade it in a short period of time. Let's go to the Yellow Springs together, this expert from the Jin dynasty roared. His eyes turned red as cracks appeared all over his body. He lunged towards Yi Fan, wanting to drag him down with him. Pu. There was no suspense because the golden blood qi radiating from Yi Fan was even tougher than his divine robes. It was extremely hard to break through, and the moment he collided with it, his body was crushed into a mist of blood. Yi Fan reached out his hand and grabbed at the divine sense imprint. He was searching for a way to break the arrow. Otherwise, the great ancient deity's shooting sun saint treasure would be extremely troublesome. It would be difficult to defend against it for a while. In the distance, that blazing streak of light shot over again, and this time, it was even more powerful. Half of the sky was shot down, and a great collapse happened. This type of power was just too terrifying, not something humans could resist. Normal Tao severing kings would definitely suffer a grievance, only able to neutralize it with their Tao skills, unable to face it head-on. Yi Fan quickly found a way to break it. He didn't have time to look at this person's primordial spirit, so he could only raise his hand and destroy it. Only when the owner of the arrow died would the holy arrow stop. Sure enough, the blazing light immediately dimmed. This arrow fell onto the ground, and the terrifying aura that filled the sky disappeared. Everything returned to normal. This was a black arrow that didn't seem special. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was heavy in the hand. It probably weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, and it crushed the boulders on the ground. What a terrifying arrow. How did they make it? Yi Fan pondered. This was definitely a divine object that could injure his flesh. It should be enough to be classified as a divine artifact, and its destructive power was simply too terrifying. Just now, when he hurriedly glanced at the golden person's primordial spirit, he discovered that he had offered his divine sense to this artifact. As long as he didn't die, the holy arrow would fight for him and kill the enemy. The two Tao protectors left the Origin Dragon Cave for more than 100 years and never appeared again. Now that they have returned, they must have obtained a heavenly opportunity. Yi Fan said to himself. The 9-dragon Saint Copper imprint was already terrifying enough. Its weapon spirit awakened, and it could kill enemies on its own. Now that this shooting sun divine treasure appeared, it really exceeded common sense. The black arrow's body wasn't all that smooth, as if it was polished from stone. It looked simple and ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, Yi Fan felt that it was quite pleasing to the eye, as if it was missing something. It was hard to say what grade of artifact it was, but there was no doubt about its power. Once the arrow was released, the mountains and rivers would lose their color, and the sky would collapse and the earth would collapse. This was a secret treasure, and he carefully put it away. Then, his powerful divine sense swept out in all directions. There were 2 Tao protectors in the Origin Dragon Cave, so there should be one more. Brother Yi is truly the reincarnation of a god. Within the area protected by the formation flags, the few sect masters all sighed. To the people of the present world, Yi Fan's combat ability and cultivation were equivalent to that of a god, and he was undefeatable. The few young geniuses all revealed a strange light in their eyes, and their hearts surged with emotions. They longed for this kind of power, and hoped that one day, they would also be able to create clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. Yi Fan descended and returned to the formation. Even though he felt the murderous intent and knew that there were still people in the dark, he didn't make a move. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a supreme treasure. This is the leftover material from Da Yi's 9 holy arrow. It is a rare treasure of the world, and the most famous killing weapon of the ancient era. The Phoenix goddess smiled mischievously and came forward to congratulate. She was the most lively person in the group. Even though she was normally cold and arrogant, and didn't care about others, she would always make an exception in front of the sect masters and great experts like Yi Fan. This is truly inconceivable. This item has appeared again. When the ancient sage left, he couldn't find it even after searching the entire world, leaving behind only regret. After the Kunlun sect master received the jet black arrow, he was shocked and almost let it fall from his hands. He didn't expect it to weigh several tens of thousands of jin. In the ancient era, Da Yi's shooting of the sun shocked the world, and it was unknown just how many saints were terrified. That was 1 arrow for 1, and it shot down 9 suns. Of course, to be more precise, the 9 golden crows were all saint-level demonic beasts. That battle shook both ancient and modern times, and left behind an endless legend. It was recorded in the annals of the Tao world, and could never be erased. Even in the mortal world, there were many legends. However, the ancient hero was confused by people, and there were some discrepancies and mistakes. In the ancient era, there were 2 people named Yi. One belonged to Di Yao, and could be called Da Yi. The other belonged to Taikang period of the Xia dynasty, and was called Hu Yi. In the ancient book Huainanzi, it was recorded, when Di Yao was captured, 10 suns shot out simultaneously, scorching the crops, killing the plants, and leaving the people with nothing to eat. Da Yi shot up for 10 suns, and killed Swan Ni. He cut off the Xiao snake in Dongting, and captured Fengxi in the mulberry forest. The people were happy. Although Hu Yi's archery was great and famous during the Xia dynasty's Taikang period, he couldn't be compared to Da Yi. He once wanted to overthrow the Xia dynasty, but was killed in the end. Da Yi's wife was called Heng Yi, which was the legendary Chang Yi. However, people in the Tao world knew that Da Yi was the peerless expert who shot the sun. He was the hero of an era, and no one could match him. Back then, during the ancient times, there was a secret that attracted powerhouses from outside the region and caused great harm to the ancient people. Headmaster Xue Chen said. It was obvious that the so-called secret was referring to the birth of immortals in the 99 Dragon Mountains. The saints from outside the region were alarmed and came here to fight for it. Among them, the 10 sons were the most terrifying, and they all came from the Golden Crow clan. When they first appeared, they plunged the people into misery and suffering, and the refined fire of the sun shook the heaven and earth. In the end, Da was born, and he killed 9 saints. Legend has it that they came from an ancient planet called Huasang, and their father was a quasi-emperor. Sadly, Da died because of this. Thinking about the ancient times, even the headmasters couldn't help but be moved. That was a glorious period of time, and it was a time when heroes were born and all kinds of sages existed. During that time, the demons roared between heaven and earth, and they could pluck the stars and the moon. If it wasn't for the birth of the human race's strongest, the result would be unimaginable. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient killing formation began to operate again. Magical treasures danced in the air, attacking the formation flags. The attacks were fierce, and it wanted to destroy them in one go. All of you stay here and don't go out. He won't be able to break through for a while, so I'll go get rid of him, Yifan said. Be careful, the leftover materials from Da's Saint Arrow forging technique made 2 ink arrows. There must be one more that hasn't been used. Headmaster Xue Chen reminded. Yifan nodded, and at the same time, he activated the swordsman character. The blood in his body rumbled like thunder, and the wound on his right hand quickly healed. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he was. He attacked the ancient Great Formation, and his powerful divine sense probed outwards in an attempt to find that person. The 2 ancients of the Jin dynasty definitely obtained many ancient weapons, and the person who was still alive definitely had a secret treasure that could hide his body. Otherwise, he would have been found a long time ago. Suddenly, the heaven and earth turned upside down. The Great Formation began to operate frantically, and it began to disintegrate. This was an indiscriminate destruction, and the ancient ultimate formation was ignited. It vowed to kill Yifan regardless of the price. Rumble, rumble, flames of the way surged, covering the sky and earth. The ancient formation disintegrated, shattering everything. This place became a world of its own, and this self-destruction was like the end of the world. Yifan's eyes froze. He didn't show any fear, but the others definitely couldn't take it. Light flashed from between his brows, and an ancient cauldron flew out. It quickly enlarged, covering the heaven and earth, and sucked those people inside. Heavens, what is this? It can't be the legendary source energy that is the same age as the heaven and earth, right? Zhong Yifan cried out in surprise. Is this real? Even the cold dragon sparrow couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. The Great Formation collapsed, and the mountains and rivers turned into light, evaporating into the most fundamental power. It merged with the laws that had been born in the formation since ancient times, and it rushed towards Yifan. Found you. Yifan opened his heavenly eyes, and at the instant the Great Formation broke, he looked through the source energy. His eyes shot out a light that was over 10 miles long, staring straight ahead. This person's clothing was similar to that of the person who died earlier, and he also had a wild nature to him. His cultivation was at the immortal foundation realm, and at this moment, he was drawing his bow and shooting a world-shocking arrow. It came from the same source as Da's son shooting holy arrow. It whistled through heaven and earth, the black arrow splitting apart half the sky. Nothing existed anymore. Boundless chaotic energy descended, tearing apart everything. The radiance blazed brilliantly, submerging everything. Although the might of this arrow shook the world, Yifan was already prepared, and didn't suffer a great loss like the first time. He executed the row incantation and rapidly dodged, pressing forward. The eyes of the heavenly scale Dao protector of the Changbai mountain were filled with malice. He knew it was over. The ancient killing formation and the 9-dragon Saint Copper Seal were already heaven-defying enough, and the 2 Saint Arrows were even more terrifying. According to logic, it shouldn't be a problem to kill Yifan, but he was still defeated. His opponent's speed was too fast, and he dodged the Saint Arrow. He himself wasn't the king of the Dao severing art, and he couldn't block it head-on. Once his opponent neared, he would undoubtedly die. Fut! Without any suspense, Yi Fan rushed forward and slapped the Dao protector into a bloody mist. He then grabbed the divine sense imprint. This time, he began to read it seriously, and didn't let his consciousness dissipate immediately. Of course, during this process, he had to do his best to avoid the divine arrow. I see. The two of them went out to the sea to search for the celestial island of Ponlay, but they unexpectedly found an ancient underwater residence on the way. They obtained a great fortune, and after 100 years of seclusion, they came out into the world. Yi Fan understood everything in an instant. He wiped away the Dao Protector's consciousness, and the Black Saint Arrow fell to the ground, which he kept. After a long time, the heaven and earth calmed down. Over 20 ancient weapons fell to the ground, and the rest were destroyed in the chaos just now. The ancient formation disappeared. Yi Fan released the few people from the cauldron, and let them distribute the ancient weapons. They were all from the underwater residence, and they weren't ordinary items. Congratulations to Dao Brother Yi for obtaining 2 ancient great sage artifacts, said Daoist Chi Ri. For them, these were supreme treasures. Yi Fan held the 2 black divine artifacts in his hands. They weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms, and they were extremely heavy. In the future, he would head west, and these 2 ancient-era great artifacts might be of great use. He felt that the Western orthodoxies most likely had the shadow of archaic creatures, and this time, he might encounter something. The ancient black arrows might be dyed with divine blood. He mentioned a few simple sentences, and the disciples immediately found it hard to calm down. They were all incomparably excited. In the past, there was a rumor that Laozi's journey to the west turned into an ancient artifact. Now, Master is also going to head west. Is he going to turn into an ancient artifact? I really want to go on my way immediately. Even someone like Dragon Sparrow who had a cold temperament couldn't hold himself back. Is the Black Holy Arrow going to become an ancient artifact? The others were even more overwhelmed with emotions, finding it hard to control themselves. Chapter 980. After the ancient killing formation was destroyed, everything was in a mess. Luckily, nothing in the outside world was damaged. The Marrow Mountain in the mortal region was calm and tranquil. No one knew that a great battle had occurred here. Yi Fan didn't intend to find trouble with the heavenly scale race. It was fine if the 2 Dao protectors died, there was nothing to pursue. It was just that the 2 of them wanted to seek revenge. Does everyone know who this person is and which race he belongs to? Yi Fan was ambushed today and couldn't help but think of a past event. He took out an ancient photo. It was a black and white photo from the Second World War of the last century. On the photo, there was a devil silhouette with towering blood chi. This person caused a huge commotion back then. He isn't someone from the 4 demon races and no one knows his background. The old patriarch of the Vermilion Phoenix bloodline spoke. Yi Fan nodded when he heard this. As long as he wasn't from the heavenly scale race, it was fine. If there was another war in the future, this person was definitely a terrifying character. He brought his in-name disciple with him. Daoist Chi Ri was also with him. To be more precise, they were heading to the Zhongnan Mountains together with the old Daoist. Master, when will you set off? Let's head west quickly. Yu Weiyu spoke, feeling a little impatient. There's no rush because they are already here. If I head west, I might miss out on something. After I deal with a few batches of people and make them not dare to head east again, I will head west. Yi Fan spoke. That's not a bad idea. We will slowly head west. In the future, our names might be recorded in the annals of history. Zhon Yifan spoke. On the way, Yi Fan and Daoist Chi Ri walked together. This old man wasn't simple and was already over 1,200 years old. He lived in seclusion in the Zhongnan Mountains and was one of the few supreme experts in the world. I'm ashamed. This old man has been stuck at the first layer of Immortal Foundation for many years and has no way to advance any further. I don't know when I will be able to succeed. The old Daoist was very humble. This was someone who was even older than the Dao protector of the Changbai Mountains. He was one of the few known longevity stars in Middle-earth and was a character on the level of Mount Tai and Big Dipper. Yi Fan sighed. It wasn't that the old priest's aptitude was bad, but the world had changed. Especially in the past few hundred years, it wasn't easy for the old priest to reach this step. He decided to give him a hand. If he could help him break through and reach Celestial Stage 2, the old Taoist would be able to live for more than 2,000 years. The long path of cultivation was lacking and needed people like this. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he told him about some bottleneck breaking techniques from the other side of the starry sky. Of course, along the way, he also taught some techniques to his disciples. First, he taught them a secret technique of the two ancient Jin dynasty. This was an ancient secret technique that the two of them had obtained when they were out at sea. The fish leap into a true dragon would allow them to ascend to the extreme for a short period of time, increasing their agility to the extreme. They would be able to match the Xing's secret character in an instant. I do have some other ancient secret techniques, but if you want to learn them, the requirements are very high, and there are many tests. Right now, I can only teach you other techniques. These were his disciples in name and weren't the true inheritors of his orthodoxy. Thus, the Xing's secret character and fighting secret character couldn't be taught at this time. The fish leap into a true dragon was also a wondrous technique. It was famous throughout the world during ancient times and was highly respected. If not for the Xing's secret character, it would be a supreme divine technique. Even Daoist Chi Ri was envious and joined in. He humbly asked for guidance. Yi Fan earnestly taught them, and the old Taoist was very happy. That day, he rushed back to Mount Zhongnan by himself. Not long after, he ran back again just to test this technique. The disciples were naturally especially happy. This ancient technique had been lost for many years, and now that they were fortunate enough to learn it, they were incomparably excited. Waya, what a cute little baby. Come, let big sister hug you. The phoenix goddess bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she chased after the komatsu. Yang Xiaoyu was very reserved at first, but in the end, she couldn't bear it any longer. She put down her ladder-like figure and joined in to fight over the little purple fellow. The two girls weren't the only ones like this. Even Zhong Qingyang and Yu Weiyu couldn't resist and wanted to touch the amethyst-like little thing. There was nothing they could do about it. Its appearance was too alluring to both young and old. The komatsu felt very wronged. Its obsidian-like eyes were filled with killing intent and glistening with tears. It looked at them timidly and fearfully while hiding behind Yi Fan. It lightly grabbed onto the corner of his clothes and only dared to peek out half its head. It was very puzzled and didn't know what was going on. Why were these people bullying it? It felt very wronged. This is your little senior brother. You're not allowed to bully it. Yi Fan spoke up for it. Little senior brother, just listen to me. I'll take good care of your daily life. I'll help you bathe every day and feed you good food. The phoenix goddess was very alluring. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was exquisite and undulating. She wore a pair of tight jeans that stretched her beautiful thighs perfectly straight and slender. It was very obvious that she wanted to raise the little purple thing as a pet. The others also did the same. They were all tempting it and didn't hesitate to take out mutant fruits that they thought were extremely rare to tempt it. The komatsu looked left and right, blinking its large eyes, but it didn't choose one. In the end, it took out a scarlet moon fruit from the small bell magic tool forged from Deluo silver essence. It took a big bite and ate it with great relish. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air, permeating a radius of 10 feet. An ancient spirit fruit? The eyes of the others were dazed. They felt that they had been tempted instead. They really wanted to snatch the little thing's bell and rob it on the spot to see if there were any more spirit fruits. After eating a scarlet moon fruit, the komatsu blinked its large eyes and rubbed its small belly. It took out another source dragon fruit. It was golden in color and sparkled like a small dragon. This kind of thing only grew in places with abundant Genesis chi. There weren't many of them in the Big Dipper, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Fan to pick them. I say, little thing, just call you little senior brother, okay? Don't be greedy for us, Zhong Yifan said. When the komatsu saw them approaching, it immediately became very vigilant. It hugged the source dragon fruit and hid behind it. It looked as if it didn't know them and didn't want to fight with it. Its large eyes rolled around. Yi Fan smiled. This little thing had always been so innocent. He really didn't know when it would grow up. The people on the other side wailed. On the one hand, they coveted the ancient spirit fruit. On the other hand, they wanted nothing more than to grab it and fiercely knead it. They felt that it would definitely be very tasty. Master, you can't be so biased. Little senior brother's snacks are all ancient spirit fruits. How can we endure this? There's nothing we can do about this poor child. He has only eaten a few since he was a child. The disciples acted shamelessly and forcefully demanded from him. The Phoenix goddess didn't hesitate to act shamelessly. She blew hot air into his ear and hugged his arm, unwilling to let go. Among these people, only Dragon Sparrow was calm. Because his temperament was innately cold and he didn't like to talk much, he looked very cool. His real name was Long Yuxuan. It was only because their lineage had the words dragon and sparrow in them that they were powerful. They wanted to compare themselves with the primogenitor Dragon Sparrow, so they were also called Dragon Sparrow. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be stingy. When they stopped to rest on a mountain, he brought out a jade plate filled with all kinds of spirit fruits and invited Daoist Chi and the other disciples to taste them. Back then, he and Pang Bo had purchased wantonly when they were about to return. They were worried that the earth spirit Chi would dry up and there would be no way to cultivate. They had made great preparations and bought countless spirit fruits. In the end, when Yi Fan gave Daoist Chi a small basket of spirit fruits, everyone's eyes almost popped out. This was too extravagant. Master, we want some too. The disciples were envious. This kind of thing was something that could only be encountered by chance on earth. Even Daoist Chi hurriedly refused, saying that he couldn't bear it. Yi Fan shook his head and took out some to distribute to the disciples. These things were nothing in the Big Dipper. Even the sect masters might not care about them. He had only brought them back to earth to replenish his spirit chi. They didn't have any other special effects for him, unlike the great path fragments in the immortal medicine. Master, what kind of world is on the other side of the starry sky? They naturally couldn't help but ask. They had long known about Yi Fan's origins and yearned to go to the Big Dipper star region. They wanted to cross the star region. If we go there to cultivate, will we be able to kill those so-called saints and saintesses and suppress those so-called divine lords? Zhong Qingyang and Yu Weiyu all said that they were willing to go to the other side and join the so-called celestial court to leave this world. Yi Fan was moved. These people were all rare geniuses. If they cultivated in that kind of environment where the great path was within reach, there was hope for them to become saints in the future. With so many talented people joining the celestial court, even the divine dynasties and holy lands paled in comparison. They would surely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, he sighed and said, it's hard for me to go back myself. How can I bring you guys along? There must be a way. When the ancient sages left, they must have left behind some kind of star region map. We'll definitely find it in the future. They were very determined. Mount Zhongnan was surrounded by thousands of green peaks and beautiful scenery. It was known as the Immortal City and was the crown of the grotto heavens. The South Mountain in the saying happiness is like the endless flowing water of the East Sea, and longevity is as long as the eternal pine of Mount Zhongnan referred to this mountain. This was also the ancestral court of Taoism, the starting place of the Chuanzhen sect. There was Zhongzhen in the south and Chuanzhen in the north. Every year, countless Taoists would come here on a pilgrimage. There were many Taoist temples in the mountain range. The deep valleys were quiet and elegant, and the cries of apes and tigers could be heard. It was a return to simplicity and nature. Master, when are we going west? It started when we left Mount Longhu. Didn't we go west from Mount Maro to Mount Zhongnan? Yi Fan and the others walked on the rugged mountain path and arrived at Daoist Chi's cave. The old vines were as thick as a water tank. No outsiders had come here in 1,000 years. In the distance, there were many Taoist temples. They were imposing and enshrouded in mist. There were red-crowned cranes dancing in the sky and spirit apes jumping in joy. It was exceptionally otherworldly. Mount Zhongnan was tall and beautiful like a beautiful painting screen. It stood majestically in the Shaanxi province. Daoist Chi's cave was very simple. Apart from a stone bed, stone table, and stone chairs, there was nothing else. However, the scenery outside was very good. It was located in a valley with towering ancient trees and dense vines. There was also a clear lake with all kinds of rare and strange beasts roaming about. Komatsu seemed to have returned to a paradise here. He ran around the valley and finally became familiar with Yang Xiaoyu and the others. Although he was often needed and groaned in protest, he was no longer so resistant. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan taught them cultivation while discussing the Tao with the old Daoist. He helped him break through and become a sect master level figure. The moonlight was like water. Beside the bright mirror lake, Daoist Chi bowed deeply towards Yi Fan. He had touched that checkpoint and might break through soon and obtain a Tao treasure. Tao friend is too polite. There is no need to be like this. If you weren't born in this world, you would definitely be an extraordinary figure. Yi Fan helped him up. This humble Daoist will go into seclusion. If I succeed, I won't dare to forget. Perhaps in a year, 10 years, or even 100 years, we can only meet again. Daoist Chi began his seclusion that night and no longer appeared in the mortal world. He couldn't send them off. The moonlight was bright. Yi Fan returned to the cave he established and prepared to leave the next day to continue his journey west. In the latter half of the night, the bright moon hung in the sky. Moonlight spilled into the cave as a graceful figure walked out. She possessed a classical beauty and was dressed in fashionable modern attire. Under the moonlight, her skin was sparkling and her hair danced in the wind. She was like an otherworldly fairy from the Moon Palace as she walked into the cave. Her steps were light and agile as she arrived in front of Yi Fan's stone bed. She came to Yi Fan's side and exhaled a breath that smelled like orchids. Her graceful body was as white and beautiful as ivory. She was indescribably sparkling and translucent. Her beautiful eyes were bright and carried a bewitching expression. Swoosh! Yi Fan opened his eyes. His gaze was like two bolts of lightning that illuminated the cave. What are you doing? Talking about life ideals. You aren't that much older than me. Don't pretend to be an old pedant. At worst, I'll take responsibility for you. She leaned over. After hearing this, Yi Fan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 981. The moonlight gently flowed into the cave like water ripples. It was peaceful and tranquil, and there were waves of white smoke rising. It was like the residence of an immortal. The Phoenix goddess had a classical beauty, but she wore modern clothing. She had a different kind of beauty. Appearing in this cave, she was as moving as a fairy under the moonlight. It was as if she was a man, and Yi Fan was just a weak woman. She teased, "Master, just follow me, I will take responsibility. What are you messing around for? Go back and rest." Yi Fan resisted the urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This disciple's words and actions could be considered bold. She dared to say such things and smile cheekily at him. "TSK, what era is this? Why are you so serious? It's not like I will eat you." The Phoenix goddess sat on the bed. She was very relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. She wore a t-shirt that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Her beautiful hair was wet, and she had just come out from bathing in the small lake in the valley. Her jade-white skin was sparkling and delicate, and water could drip out with a pinch. Her eyes were moving, and there was a charm that could make people lose their minds. She was intelligent and beautiful. She was very relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. The Phoenix goddess impudently put a pair of snow-white lotus arms on Yi Fan's shoulder. She came to the stone bed and looked at him. She smiled and said, "Master, you can't be blushing, right? Behave yourself." Yi Fan wanted to put on a dignified appearance and act like a strict master. This female disciple was very bold and avant-garde. She actually blew a breath of hot air at him. It was like an orchid or musk, and it rushed to his ear. The hair on her snow-white neck danced, and her smile was intoxicating and flamboyant. "Master, you have been cultivating for so many years. Have you never held a woman's hand before? Do you want me to teach you? The Phoenix goddess smiled cheekily, and there was a sparkling luster flashing across her face. Her red phoenix eyes slanted, and her smile was even impudent. She didn't treat him as her master at all. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I will take away 10 years of your cultivation, and then suppress you in an ancient cave deep in the mountains for 10 years. Yi Fan said in a low voice. TSK, what era is it now? Master, can you not be so old-fashioned? We are all modern people, not like we are living in ancient times where men and women should not touch each other. The Phoenix goddess had a look of nonchalance on her face. Her eyelashes were very long, and her big eyes flickered with a cunning radiance. Her figure was slender, and she was sitting almost face to face with Yi Fan. Her fair and pretty face moved closer, almost touching his face. I say, Master, don't tell me that you've been a leftover man for so many years. She reached out a snow-white hand and slid it across Yi Fan's face as she chuckled. The divine light in Yi Fan's eyes surged, and he raised his hand to suppress her. This disciple of his was really too impudent. Teasing him like this was the first time in his life. Hey, Master, please be lenient. She cried out. She was really afraid that Yi Fan's hand would fall. Her eyes slanted, and she carefully rolled her eyes at him. She muttered, Why are you so old-fashioned? Can't I just make a joke? Besides, I am concerned about your personal affairs. Yi Fan signaled her to get off the bed and leave. There was a taboo between master and disciple. If they were to be seen sitting on the same bed like this by other disciples, then they would not be able to clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. The Phoenix goddess was usually very cold and arrogant. She did not care about others at all. It was rare for her to be so active and teasing, but now she had encountered a soft rebuff. Master, your thoughts are too rigid. My younger cousin is much younger than you. When we were in university, they had a passionate teacher-student relationship. Moreover, he was a student. The Phoenix goddess was wearing a pair of hot pants that only reached her thighs, revealing a pair of slender jade legs. They were white and delicate like jade, very dazzling on the stone bed. She moved slightly, no longer sitting cross-legged. Her beautiful legs were stretched out, and they were even more eye-catching. Because they were very slender and straight, sparkling like ivory. They were almost perfect, giving off a kind of unreal feeling. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, covering half of her beautiful white face. Her quick-witted big eyes were full of provocation as she said, Master, you can't still be that old, what, guy, right? Yi Fan almost flipped out. This female disciple was really too impudent. If he did not suppress her, she would definitely say something even more shocking. Master, did I hit a sore spot? It's okay, disciple understands. Don't suppress me. I won't dare to do it again. She retreated. Why are you still not leaving? Yi Fan shouted. She didn't get off the bed. Seeing that Yi Fan had finally calmed down, she moved over in a charming manner. I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to joke with you and get close to you. Don't be so serious, okay? She moved closer and stared into Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan's eyes immediately straightened. The Phoenix goddess was also decisive. She had already guessed this result and moved one step ahead. Because she knew that she wasn't as fast as Yi Fan. A pair of perfectly straight and slender jade legs coiled around his body like a snake. They were sparkling and warm, as fair and moving as suet jade. Bang! Yi Fan's finger fell down and fixed her in place. He stared at her for a moment and was about to use a great divine ability to throw her back into his cave residence. Master, I just wanted to tease you. I didn't have any other intentions. Don't act recklessly. Her eyes flowed. Yi Fan was too lazy to say anything else. He removed her snow-white and slender jade legs from his body and circulated a divine technique to send her away. Suddenly, his expression changed. He undid the seal on the Phoenix goddess and had her stand at the side. Then, he reached out a large hand and grabbed towards the valley. Kai! A black light soared into the sky and burrowed into the ground. It tried everything it could to escape, but it couldn't escape from Yi Fan's palm. It was caught back and imprisoned in the cave residence. This was a streak of black light, produced by a divine will that wasn't weak. It was exploring the valley, but it was discovered by Yi Fan, captured alive. This person came from the west. His teasing tone revealed some clues as he said, "Honorable sir, beautiful lady, I express my deep regret about this. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. To carry out the forbidden love between master and disciple when the moon is high in the sky and everything is quiet, what a romantic thing to look forward to." Yi Fan didn't say anything and directly extracted the divine sense imprint. He immediately frowned and said, "The people from the Western Orthodoxy are finally here. These people are so annoying. They couldn't come earlier or later and just had to ruin the atmosphere at this time. But master, don't worry. I will take responsibility for you in the future." The phoenix goddess twisted her waist and moved her slender legs. Her wet long hair covered half of her beautiful face. She tidied up her t-shirt and hot pants before turning around to leave. She knew that the battle had begun and that the people from the Western Orthodoxy might not be far away. There would most likely be a great battle. After a quarter of an hour, an unusual atmosphere appeared in the valley. The bright moon was covered by the dark clouds. A powerful expert had arrived, and the demonic mist brought about by them had covered the moon and stars. Yi Fan walked out of the cave residence and stood at the lakeside. He didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. He wanted to see what kind of great enemy had arrived. Apart from Daoist Chi who was in isolation, Kunlun's Pisces, Dragon Sparrow, and the others were all alarmed. They rushed out and appeared behind Yi Fan. They felt waves of palpitation and knew that some extremely powerful characters had arrived. The Phoenix Goddess came late. Her expression was sacred and cold, completely different from her previous appearance. The others couldn't see anything different at all. In front of her, the black mist surged and the sound of iron chains could be heard. It was as if someone had walked out from hell. The sound of metal tools grinding against each other was cold and ear-piercing. More than 10 people walked out from the darkness and stepped on the lake surface. The thick black mist and deathly aura made them look especially strange and terrifying. "Souls wandering outside of hell, wake up from your lost path. Follow the path my master has paved for you." A person's voice was low and hoarse. These were more than 10 men in black armor. They looked like zombies and were bound by black iron chains. At this moment, they simultaneously used the forbidden technique Hell's Binding. They were actually being controlled by someone. In the depths of the darkness, an old man held a skull staff in his hand and stood quietly behind them. He was silently chanting an ancient incantation to control them. Chong. The iron chains pierced through the void and rushed over like more than 10 black flood dragons. They were primordial spirits that specialized in killing people. They covered Yi Fan below. He didn't move. The light in his eyes suddenly erupted and shot out 2 dazzling beams of light. They were like 2 heavenly swords that cleaved apart the void. The sound of metal shattering rang out continuously. All of the iron chains were turned into fine powder. Honglong. The dozen or so Grim Reaper-like men activated their great magical power together and tore apart the dome of heaven. A huge black door appeared and was about to suck Yi Fan and the others inside. Yi Fan's palm slapped over. At this level, it didn't matter what kind of secret techniques or divine abilities you had. He only needed a palm to fall. At this moment, the black door turned into ashes. The dozen or so people collapsed like dust and turned into fragments that scattered with the wind. Nothing was left. Ancient heroic spirits, be with me and fight against the heretics together. In the darkness, the black-robed man revealed his true body. His body was withered. He was an old man who had lived for an unknown number of years. He held a pure white staff with a human skull in his hand. Behind him, a dense group of ancient soldiers in black armor appeared. They were like sinister people. They were not angry and let out roars as they rushed over. "Is this all you have?" Yi Fan scoffed coldly. Zhon Yifan and the others were horrified. This old man's cultivation was extremely powerful. It was very likely that he had completed the dragon transformation or even higher. The old man's eyes flickered with a green light. He waved the white bone staff, and the surrounding heroic spirits all rushed over. At the same time, he also used a secret technique. Blood light burst out and turned into a bloody skeleton that rushed over to devour Yi Fan. "Let me judge you heretics," Yi Fan said softly. In an instant, he activated the sun essence fire. The all-encompassing sacred fire surged out and engulfed the area in front of him. All the heroic spirits were covered. In an instant, it turned into a sea of fire. Whether it was humans or dead spirits, they were all turned into ashes. Not even a piece of armor was left. "Ah!" The old man also screamed miserably. He became a ball of torch in the sun essence fire. After struggling for a bit, his body and soul were also destroyed. The black fog dispersed, and the stars and moon appeared. The sky was filled with stars and the moon hung high. It was peaceful and quiet. The lake on the ground reflected a mesmerizing starry sky. In the distance, a large group of people appeared. They were all incomparably divine and wore gorgeous battle clothes. They were like suns appearing one after another. The Crusaders of the East had arrived. This was a group of arrogant people. Every one of them had an extraordinary identity and status. They came from different clans and had noble bloodlines. They all had glorious pasts. Most of them were middle-aged men. Each of them was full of vigor and were extremely powerful. There were also a few young people among them who had high statuses and were surrounded by others. They all had golden hair. The men were valiant, and each of them was like the reincarnation of the sun god. The women were brilliant and beautiful. They were like the birth of a moon goddess. They were extremely divine and emitted holy light. "Heretic, you have repeatedly injured our Western Orthodoxy's cultivators. Today, you will be judged by burning at the stake." A young man with golden hair draped over his shoulders shouted. As for the other woman, her entire body emitted a holy radiance. She raised her spotlessly white hand and gently waved it. She gave the order and prepared to attack. Chapter 982. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the valley was very quiet. All kinds of wild birds and cicadas lay dormant, no longer making a sound. Only the fragrance of wild vines and flowers flowed in the air. The clear lake was like a mirror, and not a sound could be heard. After the man finished speaking, the female warrior waved her hand, and they quickly charged forward to kill Yi Fan. The people in the first echelon all wore crosses on their chests and wore golden armor. They held huge swords that were taller than a person, and they slashed forward silently with cold light. The cold light of the swords pierced through the sky and broke the silence. Murderous intent rushed into the clouds. This was a group of swordsmen. More than 10 of them stood side by side, and they could destroy everything easily. "Master, let me do it." Zhong Yifan stepped forward, wanting to use the Shushan immortal sword sect's inheritance to fight against the swordsmen of the West. Yi Fan shook his head. This group of people did not frighten him, but he felt that something was wrong. Perhaps they had brought some immortal treasures or secret techniques. There seemed to be hidden danger, and he did not want his registered disciples to take the risk. "Small tricks," he said softly to himself as he stepped forward, facing this group of people alone. 14 huge swords slashed forward, and the brilliance was like a waterfall rushing into the sky. The swords had been tempered thousands of times, and they were passed down from ancient families. Each sword had a glorious past. These people's ancestors were all nobles, and they were famous grand knights of the past. Up to their generation, the orthodoxy was still there, and the brilliance was not diminished. The descendants of the 14 holy knights rarely worked together. It was only because this enemy was rumored to be someone who had completed the dragon transformation realm or even higher that they worked together to kill him. The sky fell and the earth cracked. In the midst of their loud roars, every one of their golden armor shone like 14 suns blooming in the night sky. 14 streaks of heavenly sword chi slashed down, cutting through the sky. However, when facing these powerful warriors with extraordinary cultivation, Yi Fan only had one action, and that was to snap his fingers. An even more resplendent golden sword wave appeared, like a monstrous wave that swept across the sky and the earth. It was as vast as the sea, and there was a thunderous sound. Fart! A bloody light burst out, and the 14 warriors who had obtained the ancient inheritance all collapsed. Even their ancestral armor and yellow swords were the same, turning into fine powder. This was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan had only flicked his finger, and a golden sword wave that was like a stormy sea appeared, attacking indiscriminately. 14 experts with noble bloodlines turned into bloody light in an instant. Only 14 wisps of bloody mist remained, while the rest turned into ashes. This was an absolute shock. The expressions of the law enforcement officers who came from the west all changed. This result was far beyond their expectations. Over the past few days, they had done some investigations and found out that Yi Fan had displayed the remarkable ability of a dragon transformation consummate at the Martial Cultivators Conference. Therefore, they had mobilized a large number of people and wanted to kill him in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that the scene before his eyes didn't match up at all? At the very least, Qin Wentian was an immortal Foundation character. If not, how could he be able to summon clouds with a flip of his hand and rain with a flip of his hand? Back off. At this moment, an old man dressed in a golden robe stepped forward. He held a golden wooden staff in his hand, and there was a divine source block the size of a chicken egg embedded on it. It was extremely rare in the current era, and the staff was dazzling. He lightly waved the golden staff and displayed an ancient Tao technique. He chanted an incantation and said, "Order lightning, dance with heaven and earth." Ka. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This was a bolt of golden lightning, and it almost drowned the sky above the small lake, turning it into a lightning swamp of order. Yi Fan was astonished. In this age of chaos, one could actually borrow essence qi to activate an ancient Tao technique. By embedding a divine source block on the staff and carving Tao markings on it, this secret technique would be strengthened by several times. Otherwise, with the dried-up essence qi of heaven and earth, with the cultivation of this old man, it would be impossible for him to display such a secret technique. However, this was useless against Yi Fan. The newcomer was very powerful, but he was not even afraid of the heavenly tribulation, so why would he be afraid of the so-called order lightning? This secret technique's name was very resounding, and it was very terrifying in ancient times. However, it was completely useless against Yi Fan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he opened his mouth and sucked in all the golden lightning that filled the sky into his mouth. On his body, golden arcs of lightning flowed. He suddenly spat out a blazing golden sea of lightning. Boom! The old man in the golden robe turned into ashes on the spot, and the dozen or so knights who were protecting him also turned into dust and were completely crushed. Who was this person? He was evil and almost terrifying. Under the current starry sky, there were too few people who could do this. The people from the Western Orthodoxy could not believe what they were seeing. Many people have come for me. Just because I killed someone from the Western Orthodoxy who wanted to kill me on Mount Gazao, you want to mobilize so many people to carry out a judgment on me? The Western Orthodoxy is too arrogant. Did you come all the way to the Central Plains to kill me just to show off your power? Yi Fan's expression was cold as he stood on the shore of Lake Ming and glanced at everyone. Then, he stared at the very young golden-haired man and woman in the center who were emitting holy light. Unimaginably powerful. The young man who had once called Yi Fan a heretic and said that he would be punished by burning him at the stake stood out from the crowd. He held a cross in his left hand and a golden divine sword in his right. They emitted a blazing light as he pressed forward while chanting. Boom! Suddenly, an aura like the vast sea burst out. His whole body emitted endless light, and a vertical eye slowly opened between his eyebrows. His temperament was completely different. He shouted, "Predecessor, please come to my body. Glory is my life." Many people cried out in surprise. This was the legendary god descending to the world secret technique. Ordinary people did not dare to use it because it was very harmful to their bodies. Only people with special constitutions could do it. After the vertical eye opened between his eyebrows, the divine power around his body suddenly became several hundred times denser. His whole body became resplendent as if it was cast from gold. At this moment, he had completely turned into a different person. A wave of aura that made people's hair stand on end erupted. When he raised his hand, magical power surged like a vast ocean. Interesting. It seems like the West really has an ancient great divine ability. However, without his true body, he cannot deal with me like this. It will be difficult to injure my body, Yi Fan said softly. Boom. The cross in the hands of this man who was like a sun god shattered and turned into a blazing divine sea. The divine laws interweaved into the sky and surged downwards. A wave of aura that made people tremble covered the heaven and earth. Many people couldn't help but almost kneel down. This was a great divine might. Yi Fan's legs didn't move and he stood in place. His right hand slapped the void forcefully, and countless large spatial cracks appeared. They quickly disintegrated this kind of holy light and destroyed the spreading killing Tao laws. Pu. This young man emitting holy light coughed out a mouthful of blood. Half of the cross laws he activated were destroyed, and most of the divine power flowed back, injuring himself. God descends upon my body is eternal. He shouted loudly. His entire body was bathed in auspicious holy light. Every inch of his flesh was like divine gold, sturdy and undecaying to an astonishing degree. Then, he brandished the divine sword in his right hand and rushed forward to confront Yi Fan's physical body. Yi Fan stood in place and didn't move in the slightest. He quietly waited for him to rush in front of him with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. The other knights and Templars all widened their eyes and held their breaths. Divine arrival could make a person's physique powerful to an unparalleled degree. Once it approached, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, the final result shocked everyone. They were all dumbfounded. Yi Fan stood on the lake shore and waved his golden right fist to meet the attack. He shattered the divine sword and pierced through the head of the divine arrival. He passed through with a large amount of bloody mist. Simple, direct, and tyrannical. A large amount of blood flew up. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Broken bones and blood emitting holy light slowly streaked across the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Bang! The headless body of this divine arrival young man fell straight down. He no longer had a trace of divine power and became a corpse. Devil, he's a devil. After an unknown amount of time, many people began to shout loudly. Such a terrifying and cruel reality terrified them. They had thought that this expedition would bring them glory, but who would have thought that they would encounter a great devil in the Middle Earth? The West has Buddha, the Middle Earth has devil. This was a saying from ancient India. And in the ancient West, there was also a similar warning. That was, the West has God, the Middle Earth has devil. The Middle Earth has devil, he is the great devil from the Middle Earth. A group of people were shouting loudly with terrified expressions. They hadn't forgotten the warning left behind by the ancient Western sages. Today, it might be true, in ancient times, the sages of the Western orthodoxies had suffered greatly at the hands of the Middle Earth's devil. As a result, they solemnly warned their descendants to remember to be careful. When encountering this kind of devil era, they must retreat. More than 100 years ago, you people invaded the East and stole some of our Middle Earth's important ancestral weapons. You used the name of God to rob us. If that's the case, then there's no harm in saying that our Middle Earth has devil era. One of Yi Fan's disciples replied indignantly. We have long since left the Hangu Valley of ancient times. We will continue westward to the west and bring back the ancestral weapons. At that time, you will know what a devil is. A few honorary disciples shouted with their blood boiling. Glory is our life. A group of people shouted. Even though they were terrified, they didn't want to wait helplessly for death. All of them emitted holy light and prepared to fight to the death. In particular, the remaining young men and women were all very sacred. They were all people who could use the secret technique of divine arrival. They all began to move. We are the Crusaders of the East, carrying out a holy war. If we die under the hands of the devil, we will ascend to heavenly country and return to God's embrace. Let's carry out the final battle. Death is also a type of glory. If one had faith, once they went crazy, it would also be quite terrifying. Everyone shouted, their bodies releasing holy light, burning themselves as they fought forward. Glory my ass. Yi Fan only had these 4 words towards this. These words didn't match his identity, but they were his inner thoughts, and he spoke them in a straightforward manner. Then, with a raise of his hand, heaven and earth were overturned. He displayed the archaic heaven overturning imprint. His palm and fingers turned into a great golden imprint, destroying all enemies. Large amounts of bloody light appeared. Expanse after expanse of blood splashed out. Apart from a few divine arrival experts, the others all had their bodies and souls erased in an instant. The West has experts, Yi Fan said to himself. Then, he forcefully crushed down again. The archaic heaven overturning imprint shook intensely. The divine arrival experts below were also crushed into pieces, turning into bloody mist. Master is too powerful. The few disciples could only exclaim in admiration. They were shaken inwardly and couldn't say anything else. After a long time, the little Taoist master Zhong Qingyang opened his mouth and said, "The Middle Earth has produced a devil. Since they say so, then master, let the devil go to the west." Chapter 983. The terrain of Mount Zhongnan was steep and rugged. There were 5 big valleys and more than 100 small valleys. It was majestic and majestic, stretching for hundreds of miles. The morning sun shone brilliantly, and mist flowed within the mountain forest. It was illuminated by the first rays of the morning sun until it was bright red. Then, 5 different colors appeared, and everything was peaceful and peaceful. Yi Fan and the others began to descend the mountain and leave the ancestral court of Taoism. In the middle of the night, he killed all the invaders and found a Daoist priest from the Quanzhen sect. He asked them to tell him that if anyone was looking for him, they could head west and that he was on his way. As expected of the holy land of Taoism. No wonder so many people come here on a pilgrimage every year. Long Yuxuan sighed. It was rare for him to say a few words. Taoism's ancestral mountain was shrouded in clouds and multicolored light. There was an indescribable divine splendor enveloping this place. Walking here made one's body and mind peaceful. There was a strange power flowing through them. 20 years ago, before Yi Fan had left Earth, he had seen some reports. It said that even in the present age, there were many hermits in the depths of Mount Zhongnan. There were no less than 5,000 of them. Back then, after Yi Fan had looked it up on the internet, he had specially asked people to verify it. His friend who lived in Shaanxi province told him that it was true. These people lived thousands of years ago, living in seclusion. In order to find peace of mind, they were willing to live in seclusion in the mountains as mortals. At this moment, walking on the mountain path, Yi Fan couldn't help but use his divine sense to scan the mountain range. He really did see some people like this, and he couldn't help but sigh. They walked a section of the mountain road and then began to climb the mountain on their own. They abandoned the road and came to the northern foot of Mount Zhongnan. In a trance, Yi Fan heard the chanting of scriptures. "Master, why aren't you leaving?" asked the little Taoist master, Zhong Qingyang. "Did you hear that?" Yi Fan said softly and didn't move at all. He quietly stood there and listened to the ancient Tao sounds. Someone was chanting scriptures. The few of them looked at each other and did not say anything. They did not sense anything, but they did not dare to say anything. They realized that Yi Fan had entered a meditative state and merged with the Tao. He had entered the state of being one with heaven and man. In his eyes, all of Mount Zhongnan became grand and magnificent. A desolate aura rushed over. It was tens of thousands of zhong tall, full of an oppressive feeling. He looked into the distance. There was a huge rock there with 3 ancient words carved on it, Lu Guan Tai. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. He can be named, but he is not famous. He heard the voice of an ancient scripture preaching. It tore through time and space and arrived. An old man sat cross-legged on a stone platform and was currently preaching. Yi Fan instantly entered the Tao. His eyes didn't blink as he stared at the blurry and hazy figure. It was an ancient Daoist body that was writing a book. According to legend, when Laozi traveled to the west, he went to Shaanxi and preached at Mount Zhongnan. He left behind 2 copies of the Tao Te Ching, and that place was Lu Guan Tai. The ancestral land of Taoism was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Lush forests and tall bamboos covered the sky. The Lu Guan Tai was also known as the scripture preaching platform. The vague Taoist figure was neither happy nor worried. He did nothing but recite scriptures there as if everything he was saying had nothing to do with him. He had long heard of Yi Fan's meditation. There were two parts of the Tao Te Ching. One was passed down in the world for mortals to read, and the other was hidden from the world. It contained heaven-defying Tao techniques. He listened attentively, wanting to obtain the other part. Even though he knew that the chances were slim, he still had some hope. However, in the end, he was still disappointed. On the platform, the blurry figure finished preaching and handed over the other part of the scripture. He didn't recite it and gave it to someone before disappearing. Yi Fan let out a long sigh and woke up. The sky was still the same, and the earth was still the same. The vague Laozi's Daoist body was gone, and he couldn't obtain the second part of the Tao Te Ching. He looked up at the sky in a daze. Laozi had left his orthodoxy in the Ziwei ancient star region, and Yin Tianda had obtained its inheritance. "Master, what's wrong?" Only now did the disciples ask. They were afraid of disturbing his train of thought. "I want to calm down here," Yi Fan said to himself. He sat cross-legged on a bluestone and began to comprehend and ponder seriously. There were traces of the Tao around the Daoist body he saw just now. He didn't hear the second part of the scripture, but he saw the traces of the Tao, which stirred him up. One day and one night, Yi Fan didn't move. Another 2 days and 2 nights passed before he opened his eyes. The disciples were all startled because they saw several Yi Fan stand up, and they were all exactly the same. Laozi's 3 pure ones. This was a secret technique that Yi Fan yearned for very much. It allowed him to have 3 more selves, and it wasn't as simple as a simple incarnation. It had many mysterious uses. "Master, what secret technique is this?" Yi Fan sighed softly. The figures dispersed, leaving only a real body and a Daoist body. This was all he could do at the moment. Difficult, difficult, difficult. He listened to the sound of the Tao and saw the ancient Laozi sitting on the platform. He used it to comprehend the Tao, but he could only create a real Daoist body. Will there be a day when I have to fight against Yin Tianda? After collecting his thoughts, his mind calmed down. After staying here for a few days, he had comprehended a Daoist body, which was actually a great harvest. In a short period of time, once the Daoist body appeared, it could double his cultivation. This was no different from a real body, and it was much more terrifying than having a body that doubled his combat strength. In the past, he had evolved this technique with the Battle Saint technique, but it didn't have much effect because he didn't get the essence. Now he could be considered to have formed a Daoist body. When the disciples heard this, they were all shocked and asked him to teach them. Yi Fan nodded. He was going to the West, so he needed to teach them some techniques to protect their Daoist bodies. It's really magical. Having another self in an instant is more important than having one's magic power increase by several times in an instant. The disciples were all shocked, and they all urged Yi Fan to continue comprehending the Tao and try to figure out the real Yi Qi turning 3 pure ones. As for themselves, they didn't even think about it. They hadn't reached the realm yet, so it was difficult for them to comprehend this kind of Tao. Everyone has their own different Tao. Comprehending a Daoist body is already a great Tao fruit. If I can continue to comprehend a second Daoist body, then I will be the real Laozi. Yi Fan shook his head. It was difficult to comprehend another Daoist body, and only by reading the real scripture could he succeed. "Master, you said that he killed the younger brother of Laozi's inheritor, Yin Tianda. Do you have the confidence to deal with him in the future?" Zhon Yifan asked. "It's hard to say if we can meet in this life." Yi Fan sighed and looked at the misty sky. It was as if he wanted to pass through the galaxy and see the heavenly prince, Yarrow Guang Saint Child, Yin Tianda, and other great enemies. This time, Yi Fan and the others really started their journey to the west, far away from Mount Zhongnan. They first entered Ningxia, then Qinghai, and finally Tibet. Yi Fan and the others didn't walk very fast, and they didn't use the ancient shrinking technique. They traveled slowly to the west, comprehending the Tao as they traveled. They entered Tibet to visit Komatsu's home. The little guy was very nostalgic, and ever since he stepped on the road to the west, he became a little sick and started to miss his little nest. And in Tibet, someone caught up to them. It was an old Daoist from Mount Zhongnan, and he sent them a Daoist letter. Yi Fan took it and frowned after reading it. The so-called crusade was just an excuse to judge him. There was actually another real purpose, and that was to seize the ancestral weapon of Middle-earth. That year, when Mount Tai cracked, the altar appeared, and all the major powers came out. The Western orthodoxies came and took away the foundation of the largest altar. Half of the heavenly tomes were carved on it, and ancient secrets were recorded. After so many years, they were almost done studying it. They wanted to complete the ancient heavenly tomes because it seemed to contain an earth-shattering secret. No matter, they have to go through me first. If they don't, I'll send them all on their way, and then I'll head west to retrieve the ancestral weapon. Yi Fan told the old Daoist not to worry. At the same time, he told him to ask some sect leaders to inform the Western Orthodoxies. He had already killed a group of Templars in Mount Zhongnan, and now he was in Tibet. And on that very day, Jerusalem and the Vatican City were in a huge commotion. There was no news for several days. Who would have thought that tens of powerful cultivators would all die? The heretic is too arrogant. He killed everyone and even asked some sect leaders to pass the message on his behalf. It seems like he doesn't have us in his eyes at all. An archbishop from the Western Orthodoxies issued a summons. The crusade to the east was imminent, and they wanted to crush the devil and judge him. Naturally, the troops that were heading out were already in the midst of preparations. Because they wanted to seize the other parts of the ancient altar, they wanted to eliminate the heretic. However, they also seriously pondered about it. The devil of Middle-earth must have surpassed the great circle of dragon transformation. The information they received earlier was inaccurate. First layer immortal foundation, it's extremely rare in this world. He should be a supreme expert of that level. Could it be that he really is an ancient sect leader? The crusade to the east was a huge army, and all of them were cultivators. An archbishop from the Holy See issued a summons, recruiting many experts into the army for the Holy War. Today, there were 500 knights heading to the east. Although the Pope didn't show himself, he secretly bestowed the Holy Cross to them, recording their achievements and glory. Master, earlier I received a message from my sect. The Crusade army is already heading to the east, and experts are as common as the clouds and rain. The little Taoist master spoke in a flamboyant manner. Don't worry. Yi Fan caressed the 2 black arrows in his hands as he manifested another body. This would be an important thing for him to rely on in his journey to the west. Even if there was a true divinity, he wouldn't have to fear it. 2 days later, Yi Fan encountered a group of people in Tibet. The Crusade army had split up into smaller groups, but after discovering their traces, they quickly gathered together. You are that heretic. The 500 knights whistled through the air, all of them clad in armor from the Middle Ages. Their entire bodies gleamed with a cold light, and they wielded great swords or battle spears. The cultivation bases of these people were all very powerful. The 3 leaders in the lead were all at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. This time around, they were leading peak-level knights from the various ancient clans. The roars of the 500 knights rang out, their voices reverberating through the clouds. Their blood chi blotted out the sun, resembling a flood that towered up to the sky, shaking the entire uninhabited region. Since a secret art like divinity descending into the mortal world exists, there must be an extremely terrifying existence. If he doesn't come, it's useless no matter how many of you there are. Yi Fan spoke in a light voice. Boom. He didn't conceal his might at all. A golden pillar of blood shot up from the crown of his head, piercing through the sky, reaching the clouds above and the earth below, connecting the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's golden blood chi was as vast as the boundless seas, suppressing the blood chi of the 500 knights. He was like a fiend god facing off against all of them. Who are you exactly? The 3 leaders of the knights trembled. They knew that they were in deep trouble. For such a person to appear in this world, it would definitely be a calamity. Maybe, only a few existences from the Western Tao elements would be able to kill this person. Lord of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan. A calm voice rang out. After that, his entire body surged with golden blood chi as he rushed over like a devil god, unleashing a massacre. Bang! Blood flashed. A single punch. With just a single punch, the head of one of the 3 leaders of the knights was smashed into pieces. His body slumped to the ground, dying an unnatural death. A peak-level knight at the peak of the Immortal Foundation realm couldn't even withstand a single strike. The remaining knights were in chaos, but they didn't retreat. They gathered together and formed an ancient formation as they rushed forward. Pu. A blood-colored light flashed. Yi Fan displayed Kai Song Zi's sword art. The sea-filling divine art appeared once again in the world. A scarlet light flashed as countless amounts of blood mist rose up. The ground was littered with shattered bones and the blood of corpses flew everywhere. This place had transformed into a scene of carnage. Over 100 years ago, you guys took the opportunity when my mountains and rivers were destroyed to snatch the ancestral weapon of the Central Plains. Now that you guys dare to come again, I will kill all of you. That day, 500 knights were completely annihilated. The Crusader army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition had all fallen in Tibet. This news caused a huge commotion in the western regions. This was a shocking piece of news. Regardless of whether it was the Holy City of Jerusalem or the Vatican, all of them experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake. All the major characters were alarmed. The first Crusader army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition has been annihilated. Oh God, did I hear wrongly? A great devil has appeared in the Central Plains. This is a nightmare. His name is Yi Fan and he claims to be the Lord of the Celestial Court. Does he want to be on equal footing with the gods? The western regions were shaken. The Pope started to recruit holy knights from ancient times. He even wanted to invite holy knights to join the expedition once more. Chapter 984. A devil from the Middle-earth plains. These 4 words were extremely heavy, causing the entire western regions to tremble. The Crusade army was completely annihilated. This news was like a bolt of lightning that shook the world, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. The army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition was an extremely powerful batch of people that had been carefully selected. Every one of them came from an ancient clan and all of them had noble bloodlines. And among them, the 3 leaders were supreme experts at the first layer of Immortal Foundation, extremely famous in the western regions. They were all very old and had experienced many great battles, their names shaking the world. However, such an army was completely annihilated. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Some people went to the scene to take a look, but not even a shard of armor was left behind. Only dark bloodstains were left on the scorched earth and rocks. What era is this? It's impossible for such a great devil to appear. The Daoist sect of the Middle-earth doesn't know how to gather faith. Without the support of Cyforce, how can they cultivate to such a realm? After the shock, many people started to voice out their doubts. They felt that this didn't make sense and that there were many flaws in it. It was most likely a sinister plot. No, this must be the doing of those Taoists of the Middle-earth. Their inheritance is very strange. Maybe they left behind some ancient grand formation that used the power of heaven and earth to slaughter the Crusaders. Some people rapidly made their guesses, believing that the Daoist sect most likely knew of their purpose of heading east and wanted to seize the ancestral weapon of the Middle-earth plains. Hence, they intercepted them midway and pushed all the blame onto a devil. For a time, the entire western regions were in an uproar. The cultivation world was in an uproar because this matter was too great. Since ancient times, although there were many crusaders who died, there had never been a time where they were completely annihilated. This was especially so now that it was the degenerate era. Under normal circumstances, the 3 supreme experts were already existences at the peak of the pyramid. They were invincible. How could they all die? 3 glorious Grand Knights in addition to 500 tempered knights were specially prepared to deal with the experts of the Daoist sect. With the strength they possessed, they should be able to seize the ancestral weapon of the Middle-earth plains in a sneak attack. Enforcing the law on that heretic was just something that happened in passing. Who would have thought that because of this, it would become the most terrifying matter? The Pope is already enraged. He will personally summon all the cultivators in the western regions to form the strongest crusade. Tibet was deep and mysterious. In today's world, it was a rare pure land. Yi Fan and the others continued forward and came to the ruins of an ancient temple. This was Komatsu's old home. As soon as it arrived, it recovered from its sickly state and quickly became active again. It rushed up the stone mountain like a wisp of smoke and burrowed into its little nest. Yang Xiaoyu thought it was cute, so he followed it and looked at it. The small cave was clean and dry. Komatsu rolled its big eyes and looked at the outside. This place had left it with too many memories. It had grown up in this place, ignorant of the moonlight, until it met Yifan. This is the hidden Buddha cave, excavated for the virtuous Buddha. The little Taoist master, Zhong Qingyang, knew quite a lot. He could tell the origin of the cave. The small stone Buddha was suppressed here. The cave, which was less than half a foot high, was full of divinity. That was why Komatsu could gradually gain spirituality. It was really because it was stained with the divine light of the ancient sages. Speaking of which, the waters of Buddhism are very deep. Although Buddhism is almost extinct in India, it is widely spread in the Central Plains. Even Spirited Mountain has moved to the east. I wonder what kind of disaster will happen in the future, Yu Weiyu said. He was from Kunlun, so he naturally had a clear understanding of Tibetan Buddhism and the famous Buddhist temples in the inland mountains and rivers. His sect had also sensed the vast power of Spirited Mountain. Whoosh! Komatsu jumped and turned into a purple light, rushing around the stone mountain. Finally, it entered the crack at the foot of the mountain, and the others followed. When they saw the true dragon head formed by the earth vein, they were all horrified. A stone dragon withered up and died here just like that. Below the dragon's mouth was a small broken jar. There was a sparkling liquid inside that released waves of fragrance. Earth milk, this is the reason why this little guy can survive and grow up to be spiritually connected, Yifan said softly. Komatsu ran over and raised the small earthen jar seriously, insisting that Yifan must drink it. It was very firm and resolute, and refused to retreat. Is this showing filial respect to its master? Yifan said with a smile as he stroked its head. The little thing nodded seriously, its face solemn and hopeful. Yifan didn't refuse like last time. Instead, he really took it and drank it clean in front of it. This was because this was Komatsu's sincere intention. The purple little thing was very happy and jumped up and down. After a long time, it calmed down and slowly walked towards a small stone cave. There was the skeleton of a squirrel there. It was its mother, who died to save it. After making a trip to the human world, it understood many things. Last time, it was still laughing without a care in the world, but this time, it laid there seriously and looked at the skeleton with a sad expression. It didn't move for a long time. The others looked at each other in dismay. Yifan sighed softly and didn't say anything, letting this little guy stare blankly. The purple little guy whimpered a few times and tears rolled down its large eyes. It told Yifan and the others to leave first and that it would follow in a while. The others nodded and all came to the surface, leaving the little thing alone and giving it time. Yang Xiaoyu and the others' divine senses weren't weak. It was stronger than the current Komatsu, so they could all sense what it was doing. They couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. They discovered that Komatsu had secretly buried its own treasures, many extremely precious spirit fruits, in that cave together with its mother's skeleton. This is filial piety. In a while, pretend you don't know anything and don't see anything, Dragon Sparrow said. Even if he didn't say it, the others wouldn't point it out. This innocent little guy was sometimes cute and funny, but sometimes pitiful and sad. Let's go, Yifan said. Komatsu wasn't in a good mood. In the end, it whimpered a few times at the crack and then walked away with Yifan and the others. The others didn't say anything. There was no way to comfort it. They could only let it adjust itself. It had to be said that Komatsu was very intelligent. This time, its emotions fluctuated violently. It actually sensed the heavens and was about to break through. In reality, its cultivation was already enough. Before the Holy Ji Palace, it mainly breathed in and out spiritual qi. As long as it swallowed enough spiritual qi, it would be able to enter the path. Only after reaching the 4 levels secret realm did it need to cultivate and comprehend the path. For so many days, it had often eaten spirit fruits and continuously swallowed moon essence. It should have crossed this hurdle long ago. Today, it felt the path move from its heart, so it triggered the heavenly tribulation and broke through the 4 levels secret realm. It truly stepped onto the path of enlightenment and opened the foundation of cultivation. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the clear sky and struck directly at Xiao Song. The force of the thunder was fierce and tyrannical to the extreme, causing the earth and the mountains to rumble. Heavens, it triggered the heavenly tribulation. How many years has it been? Since the earth dried up, this is the first time someone has triggered the heavenly tribulation, right? Zhong Yifan exclaimed. The others' expressions changed as well. In this era, there were almost no one who could go through the heavenly tribulation because the environment had changed greatly. Even the geniuses who could go through the heavenly tribulation could hardly be sensed by the great path. No one expected that Komatsu would be so strong. It attracted the attention of the heavens when it entered the 4 levels secret realm and needed to send a heavenly tribulation to stop it. The purple little guy whimpered and quickly adjusted its emotions. It focused and began to fight against the vast heavenly tribulation. It could be said that Yi Fan's previous training played a crucial role. Now, it was no longer afraid of the thunder and lightning and dared to face it alone. Zhong Qingyang and the others finally understood why Yi Fan had taken this little creature as his second true disciple. They were still somewhat dissatisfied before, but now, all of that had vanished like smoke in thin air. This was a little monster who defied the natural order. He was already suffering the heavenly tribulation at such a young age, so his future achievements would certainly be limitless and incomparable. That was because, according to the ancient records, the true heavenly tribulation began when one broke through to the 4 levels secret realm. It was because one needed to comprehend the great path at this level, which was why it could be sensed by the heavens. In this way, Komatsu had become one of the few people who could go through the heavenly tribulation at the beginning of the 4 levels secret realm. In the future, there would be unimaginable results. Zhong Yifan, Yu Weiyu, and the others were incomparably envious. At the same time, they were also shocked as they watched quietly. The Sea of Lightning was extremely ferocious, drowning out this entire region. Noises rang out unendingly, shocking heaven and earth. Komatsu rose into the heavens, entering the lightning, facing it head-on. Yi Fan nodded. The second disciple truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. He also took action, naturally not to help, but to neutralize all of the lightning tribulation that reached the ground with the heaven-deceiving formation patterns. Otherwise, these mountains and rivers might be blasted apart. In the end, Komatsu whimpered. In the end, it was still a bit young, unable to hold on, suffering serious injuries under the heavenly tribulation. Master, you should hurry and take action, little senior brother can't hold on much longer. The others revealed looks of worry, a bit anxious, asking Yi Fan for help. Crossing the tribulation, it can only rely on itself, it will have to face it on its own. Right now, Yi Fan seemed quite ruthless, not helping out, only transmitting sound, telling Komatsu that it had to hold on, that it could make it through on its own. Whimpering sounds continuously sounded. In the end, even someone with a cold temper like Dragon Sparrow almost couldn't take it anymore, couldn't help but want to take action to resist the heavenly punishment and help out. However, they were all stopped by Yi Fan, no one able to approach. The little purple thing's skin and flesh were lacerated, almost charred. Meanwhile, the heavenly tribulation became more and more powerful. The lightning tribulation was terrifying, turning into a sea, vast and boundless, descending from the horizon. Within, a little purple fairy was wailing and struggling. Yi Fan was extremely cold, loudly transmitting sound, pointing out the method of crossing the tribulation, but he still wasn't willing to take action. In the end, Komatsu used all of his methods to preserve his life, not even bothering to cry out in pain. He displayed his cultivation, activating the first 3 of the 9 slashes of the demonic emperor, doing everything he could to resist. At this moment, Long Yuxuan, the phoenix goddess, and the others all had a kind of illusion, as if they were looking at a great emperor within the 10,000 Zhong Sea of tribulation lightning, looking disdainfully at all direction. Master, do you see? There is a kind of potential within Komatsu's body, faintly discernible, turning into an immortal divine radiance, looking disdainfully at the heavenly tribulation, a few people said with a trembling voice. That is its self-Tao potential, and also the foundation for it to ascend to the peak in the future, Yi Fan said softly, in a trance. he seemed to have seen the rise of a demon emperor. Master, there is only one person in a world that can prove the Tao and become an emperor. If Komatsu always follows you, when the time comes, who will become an emperor? They asked a sharp question. Since ancient times, there has never been a saint physique that could prove the Tao and become an emperor. Yi Fan said to himself, not saying anything else. This, even if Master doesn't prove the Tao, if he can teach two great emperors, it will be unprecedented, unparalleled under the heavens. They had heard that Yi Fan had another disciple in the Big Dipper star field, who had the same bloodline power as the Sun Saint Emperor, and might prove the Tao in the future. My Tao, what will happen? Yi Fan looked towards the endless vault of heaven. He had always been accumulating power, accumulating it well, because his Tao would be different from others, and he would have to slash the great Tao when passing the trial. Chapter 985. The heavenly tribulation finally stopped, but the flashing lightning had not completely retreated. It turned into a shockwave and dispersed. If not for the heaven-deceiving formation laid down by Yi Fan, the mountains and rivers would definitely have been destroyed. Finally, the last strand of lightning dissipated, and the world returned to its tranquility. There were only ashes on the ground, and a small piece of charred coal lay on the ground. Komatsu. Yu Weiyu and the others could not bear to watch. This scene was too cruel. The purple little guy was hacked into the ground and turned into ashes. They felt that Yi Fan was somewhat heartless. How could he not even care about the life and death of his disciple? Could it be that the purple little guy really died like this? There was no life force, no flesh, only ashes and a piece of charred coal. Its body was scorched, and it no longer had any vitality. It was too miserable. When they thought of the cute little guy and saw this scene again, they all felt like crying. Their hearts were stifled. Why did it turn out like this? It's fine, it didn't die. Yi Fan spoke. It was not that he was heartless, but if he interfered and protected the little guy, it would be considered a failure in crossing the tribulation. The consequences would be inestimable, and its future cultivation path would be incomparably difficult and bumpy. So much so that its Tao foundation would be destroyed. What supreme Tao fruit? What supreme demon emperor? What looking down on the world? They could not even think about it. The little guy murmured as he struggled within the ashes. Waves of meat fragrance emitted from his body. Finally, there was a bit of vitality, and people could feel that it was still alive. Yang Xiaoyu and the others quickly ran over and watched nervously. However, they did not dare to touch it for fear of aggravating its injuries. The little guy was almost out of shape. He miserably opened his eyes, and his body was almost charred. It continuously mumbled and cried out in pain. Yi Fan immediately took action. He sacrificed his own golden blood to help cleanse its internal organs and bones, and heal its body. Once the human race's divine body was completed, its blood could be regarded as a precious spirit medicine. It naturally had extraordinary effects, and it could strengthen the muscles and bones, cleanse the marrow, and refine the hair. There was a special fragrance overflowing. You're already like this during your first tribulation. Back then, I was even more miserable than you. I wasn't recognized by the great Tao and almost died. I only managed to survive after entering the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Not long after, Komatsu's unfocused eyes finally focused. He whimpered a few times and looked at Yi Fan pitifully. His whole body was in pain. Now is the time to consolidate your Tao fruit. You need to pull yourself together. After experiencing the baptism of the thunder tribulation, you need to transform into an even stronger body, Yi Fan strictly urged. Normally, he could spoil it, but when it came to cultivation, he would never spoil it. He strictly ordered it to quickly pull itself together and temper its body. Although Komatsu was simple-minded, it knew that Yi Fan was doing this for its own good. Hearing this, it forced itself to heal its injured body and began to change its blood. It began to temper its body that was almost destroyed. Pitter-patter, there were still remnants of the essence of the heavenly tribulation in its body. At this moment, it continuously hummed as its blood flowed. It hammered its broken bones, refined its internal organs, and purified its flesh and blood. After several hours, Komatsu was reborn. A small pile of charred skin and bones fell off the ground. Its body had undergone a great change. Its fur was even smoother and flickered with purple light. At this moment, its body became the size of a palm. Including its tail, it was only a foot long. Its large eyes were like two black gems embedded in a purple crystal. The other disciples sighed. In this era, it was difficult to have a true heavenly tribulation. Only a few ancient sects had secret methods to draw in a small amount of lightning from a thunderstorm to temper its body. Something like this was absolutely unique. Komatsu, how many years have you been cultivating? Zhong Yifan asked. The others were also curious. They giggled and teased it, asking how old it was to already have such a cultivation. It began to carefully count with its fingers. It looked a little muddle-headed and even used its toes. Its silly appearance immediately made the others laugh. Yi Fan also laughed and said, "It's an anomaly. In fact, it hasn't been cultivating for many years. Otherwise, how could it have such a temperament?" Komatsu had just counted to 5 with its toes. After hearing this, it was immediately embarrassed. But soon, it began to laugh foolishly again, looking charmingly naive. Kunlun, from the Pamir Plateau in the west, traversed between Xinjiang and Tibet, and extended into the territory of Qinghai. It was the most important ancestral mountain in China's ancient myths and legends. According to some ancient records, the ancient ancestors of the Central Plains might have originated from Kunlun as a result of their eastward migration. And this theory was supported by linguistics, mythology, and modern genetic analysis. It was also agreed by some scholars. People believed that it was precisely because of this that the ancient ancestors left behind so many legends. That was why Kunlun played such an important role in China's myths and legends. Looking at Kunlun from afar, it was majestic and majestic. It was like a thick history, but also like a source of life. It carried too much. After that, they entered the mountains of Kunlun and paid a visit to the headmaster Xue Chen. They were welcomed with great ceremony. The things that Yi Fan had done recently were too shocking. Kunlun had countless beautiful sceneries. Since ancient times, it had been called the Celestial Mountain. It was a place to ascend to immortality. Unfortunately, the main part of it was inside the ancient formation, and ordinary people couldn't see it. There is hope of becoming immortal in the mountains, and there are also immortal divine medicines. The elder brother of the ruthless man might have fallen here, Yi Fan whispered to himself. If they were to travel west, they would soon be out of the country and officially begin the western expedition. Yi Fan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he brought a few disciples to search Kunlun. There were too many legends here. They also wanted to try their luck, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything after wandering around for several days. Yi Fan estimated the location of the hidden immortal land, which contained the opportunity to become immortal. However, he didn't have a perfect map, so he didn't dare to set foot there. At night, a bonfire danced in the depths of the mountains of Kunlun. Zhong Qingyang had hunted a unicorn. The few of them skinned it, washed it, and roasted it on the bonfire. "You are demons, boo-hoo." In the distance, a golden-haired girl cried angrily. She had entered the Central Plains to eliminate demons, but when she found traces of them, she lost her beloved mount. The few people in front of her skinned the unicorn in front of her. The roasted meat was fragrant and golden. The fragrance lingered in the night, stimulating one's appetite. "Boo-hoo, my sister won't let you go. You bunch of demons, you ate my unicorn," she cried, but she couldn't change anything. "Little girl, did you read a lot of stories about brave warriors slaying dragons? You are so naive, yet you still dare to come to the Central Plains to eliminate demons. Ignorant child." Zhong Yifan shook his head and laughed. "Hey, you don't say, this unicorn's meat is really delicious. It's a pity it's not a purebred, otherwise it would definitely be a great tonic," Zhong Qingyang said. In the mountains of Kunlun, the fog was very thick at night. The few of them sat in front of the bonfire and roasted unicorn meat. It was a special taste. And Yu Weiyu was ingenious. He specially went to the Xinjiang people to get some seasoning and roasted the meat. The few of them ate to their heart's content. "Wah! I'll fight it out with you." A 14 or 15-year-old golden-haired girl pounced over, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. In the end, Zhong Yifan picked up a piece of fragrant meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, "Little girl, don't be so fierce. You should try it yourself. That unicorn was raised very well. The meat is quite good." Yifan didn't need to think to know that the Western Vatican was definitely mobilizing all of their forces. Otherwise, why would this little girl come to the East? Obviously, some of the descendants of the ancient families were bewitched. They all wanted to become epic heroes who slayed demons. It was estimated that many of them ran to the East without telling their families. Sure enough, in the next few days, more than a dozen similar incidents happened. Some of them were still children who wanted to become heroes who slayed dragons and demons. As long as Zhong Yifan, Zhong Qingyang and the others caught such pure heroes and beauties, they would rob them clean and give them a good spanking before chasing them away. Go back and tell your family elders that I will stay in Kunlun for 3 more days. If you want to come, then hurry. If you don't come, I will go to the west to visit the Pope and have afternoon tea with him." When a group of young people who came with great dreams but suffered a serious setback returned, they told their experiences. It caused a huge uproar in the Western world of cultivation. This is too much. The Mohan family's unicorn was eaten, the Haigu family's dragon was roasted, and the Chuan family's fire phoenix. These people are really demons. They are evil to the extreme. They must be burned at the stake. Yifan's group had not yet entered the West, but they were already notorious. Even his 6 disciples had become demons with horns, let alone him. The peace of Kunlun was broken. After the news spread, countless people from the Western Orthodoxy arrived in these 3 days. They were all wandering cultivators who heard the news and came to vent their anger. However, the result was cruel. Once Yifan's sword was drawn, he swept away thousands of enemies. Blood flowed like a river. No one was a match for him. Not a single person could escape. Blood dyed the rocks of Kunlun red. In the end, it was Yifan who told the Taoists. They told the Pope, and only then did the West learn that a group of wandering cultivators who went east to slay demons had fallen. The bigwigs of the Vatican smashed the goblets filled with red wine. Their anger surged, and holy light shot into the sky from their bodies. "Charland, you are one of the strongest holy knights who survived the Dark Age. The merciful Lord has shrouded you in divine light and bestowed you with incomparable glory. Can you still find others from the ancient era? Can't I kill him alone? Your divine bravery is known to the world. Holy knights who have lived since the Dark Age are all favored by God. I am worried that you are injured. Find some companions, and you can go east to kill that demon together. All right. Maybe I can find a few holy knights from the ancient era to kill him." After the Great Shock, the Western Orthodoxy naturally began to prepare for a countermeasure. The complete destruction of the Crusades in the Middle Earth was a rather negative event. Moreover, many people had died later on, so they had to resolve the matter as soon as possible. In these few days, even mortals could hear the praises of the angels and occasionally see strange scenes. One could imagine the extent of their activities. Many ancient families were found. They were protected by ancient formations and isolated from the world. They lived in ancient castles in the Middle Ages, but now they were invited to come out of their seclusion. Demons from the Middle Earth. These 4 words had become a hot topic in the past few days, spreading throughout the Western world of cultivation. Some people felt pressured, while others thought that the Daoist sects of the Middle Earth were going to war. The will of our Lord has descended to the world, and will use holy fire to wash away the filth of the mortal world. On this day, a holy angel descended and appeared in a magnificent cathedral. She had the face of a woman, and her beauty was peerless. Her golden hair flowed like the sun, and her figure was slender. She was dressed in light muslin and exuded a holy radiance. On this same day, the Pope of the Vatican also issued a summons, summoning the lineages in the distant lands to form a true crusade army for an expedition to the east. The influence of the Pope was enormous. In the past, the true crusades had always been initiated by the Pope. Thus, when this summons was issued, the Western world of cultivation was in an uproar. In the various castles that were isolated from the mortal world, some extremely outstanding and powerful youths, as well as some old men whose bodies were about to be buried in the yellow earth, moved upon hearing the summons. Let's go. 3 days have passed. It's time to hit the road again. Yi Fan and the others were far away from the Kunlun mountain range. They had already officially stepped out of the national boundary and began to head west. Chapter 986. The Pamir Plateau, also known as the Pamir Mountains in ancient times, was a place that the Silk Road had to pass through. Other than the eastern slope that was still under the jurisdiction of China, the rest was already within the borders of other countries. Everything that had happened in the past few days had caused a huge uproar. Even the Tao sect had made preparations for war, afraid that the flames of war from the Western Crusaders would spread to Middle-earth. Yi Fan was going to fight his way to the west and bring back the ancestral weapon. There was no need to hide it now, and the label of a devil from Middle-earth had been put on it. Nowadays, the most talked about topic in the cultivation world of West-earth was the devil. Everyone was guessing who would come into being to get rid of this great devil and let the glory of God shine on Middle-earth. The Pamir Mountains were extremely high above sea level. This was a place where dragons lay crouching gods. Many dragon veins converged here and bordered the western part of China, becoming a land of dragon qi. This was the roof of the world, and there were many mountains here. The lowest one was 4,000 meters high, and the highest one was 7,700 meters high. Yi Fan flew up into the sky and could see thousands of miles. There were many lush cliffs and wild ridges. He found that there were traces of an ancient war here, and the terrain was complicated. This was the junction of the 5 great dragon veins, Tian Shan, Himalayas, Kunlun, and Xingdu Kush. It formed a special pattern where the dragons intertwined and intersected. Such a strange terrain with the dragons turning back and climbing over each other. Could there be something buried here? Yi Fan stared at the junction of a few large dragon veins and landed with a few disciples. He saw a lush green valley that looked like a whirlpool where many dragons were circling. Dig it up. Could it be that an ancient great divine arts practitioner buried something here? Today, it will see the light of day. Ever since the disciples found out that their master was a Yuan Taoist master, they had already classified him as the ancestor of tomb robbers. Even though he had explained it a few times, their gazes were still strange. Master, we're already outside the borders. Won't there be some trouble if we randomly dig here and cause an international dispute? The disciples joked. After becoming familiar with Yi Fan and knowing his personality, they weren't afraid of him anymore. In ancient times, this highland was called the Pamir Mountains. There was an abundance of vegetation, and some areas were like the southern mountains, full of life and lush. Boom! Zhon Yifan made the first move, hacking down with the immortal sword technique Yi Fan bestowed upon him. Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This whirlpool dragon valley quickly sunk and split apart. Dragon bones appeared below, formed from rock. It is indeed an extraordinary place. It all depends on your luck. Who knows, you might even be able to dig out the dragon marrow. Not only can it prolong your life, but it also contains fragments of the Great Tao. It is especially beneficial to the people of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Back then, when I was in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, I obtained the help of this item in the Central Plains. With Yi Fan's encouragement, the others were even more motivated. One by one, they started digging. Even the delicate Yang Xiaoyu seemed to be a professional excavator. His efficiency was extremely high. This was indeed a holy land. According to the records in the Heavenly Origin book, if the dragon vein hadn't withered and died, there would definitely be something extraordinary being nurtured and incubated there. If this was the Big Dipper Star region, Yi Fan would definitely not dig a place like this unless he found 2 saints. Fortunately, the earth had dried up, so even if there was something inside, it would definitely be neither dead nor alive. They dug thousands of meters into the ground and came across solid rocks. There was actually an ancient formation carved on them, protecting the ground. It was difficult to break through and couldn't be shaken. Saint-level ancient formation patterns? Yi Fan was startled. It seemed that they had dug up something extraordinary. There was actually such an ancient formation protecting it. The disciples' efforts were all in vain. They couldn't break through the restriction and were almost injured. They hurriedly retreated. As expected, it is extraordinary. Yi Fan looked at the Pamir Mountains and stared at the place where the dragons gathered. Even he would find it difficult to break through it. After all, it was a saint-level ancient formation. All of you, back off. After an endless distance, he took out 2 simple black arrows and knocked one on the bowstring. Then, he concentrated all of his strength and shot it out. This arrow shocked the heaven and earth and made the gods weep. It was so powerful in the hands of the Changbai Dao protector, so there was no need to mention it in the hands of Yi Fan. This material was very special, and the formation inside was even more special. It only needed a small amount of energy to activate and turn into a deity-slaying arrow. The level of the black arrow was difficult to say. It was extremely powerful, but it didn't need to consume the vast amount of magic power like a holy weapon. It was a secret treasure and was regarded as a divine killing weapon in ancient times. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The surrounding mountains that were 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall all collapsed. A violent earthquake occurred, sending dust and smoke into the sky. Master, the movement is too big. When the time comes, it will give those seismologists a headache. Such a big earthquake will make the international news. The disciples were speechless and told him to take it easy. Yi Fan shot the arrow but didn't completely destroy the ancient formation. He put the black arrow back and began to shoot continuously. After an unknown number of times, he finally blasted open the underground formation. He caressed the 2 black arrows and became more and more fond of them. They were really powerful to the extreme. The arrows were not damaged at all. With so many arrows shot out, he reckoned that even a great completion king would be killed several times. And now, it actually blasted open a saint's formation. It seemed even more outstanding and precious. As expected of a divine weapon that could kill demonic sages. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rushed up from underground. The distant mountains and rivers collapsed and the earth cracked rapidly. The soil and rocks turned into waves that soared 3,000 meters into the sky. Divine might! This scene was too shocking. Fortunately, Yi Fan was well prepared and used the myriad chi cauldron to take in all the disciples. Otherwise, this roar alone would be enough to turn these young geniuses into a bloody pulp. This was the roar of a saint. It was world-shaking. Even he, who was thousands of meters away, swayed and was sent flying by the huge sound wave. Yi Fan quickly moved. He put the cauldron back into his forehead and retreated at lightning speed. Otherwise, the disciples would explode even if they hid inside the cauldron. Their cultivation was too weak and definitely couldn't block it. He used his physical body to resist. Without the protection of the myriad chi, he immediately felt a great pressure. The worst roar of a saint was the collapse of mountains and rivers. The most terrifying record was that in ancient times, the great sage had shattered the moon with a roar. The roar from underground continued. A strand of blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He was shocked because there was still a living saint on earth. A wave of fiery red blood energy rushed up. It was several thousand meters tall and a stone embryo appeared. Its aura was overwhelming and powerful to the extreme, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble. I really dug out a big one, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt a headache because it was actually a saint spirit embryo. Something's wrong. There's something strange. Suddenly, his mind moved. This stone embryo was very strange. It was formed from blood energy and wasn't a real body. To be more precise, it was more like a wave of resentment. In the sky, the essence of the sun scattered down. His body quickly became faint and emitted a wave of green smoke. Then, it disappeared as if it was an illusion. Yi Fan had heard before that those with great resentment would be buried underground for tens of thousands of years. Once they saw the light of day, they might be freed in an instant and turn into dust. An ancient stone embryo with great resentment is underground. According to the ancient records, the resentment had already dissipated and this place should be safe. He released his disciples and went into the underground world together. The depths of the underground was spacious and empty. There were several great dragon veins intersecting with each other. Unexpectedly, There were many divine source blocks flickering. Komatsu's eyes shone brightly as he turned into purple light and went to pick them. In the depths of the dragon cave, there was a strange place. A large vermilion coffin was suppressing a strange stone. An old man with red hair and a red beard sat in the coffin. He looked very bold and powerful. The remains of a saint. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect to see a saint first. Under the vermilion coffin, the strange stone was also very special. It was almost transparent, and one could see the shadow of a human inside. It was nurturing a life form. Stone embryo Holy Spirit. Yi Fan had long seen that the layout of this place was extraordinary. There was indeed a Holy Spirit here, but why was the ancient saint's coffin suppressed here? Master, there are words here. Yi Fan read them carefully and couldn't help but be startled. When this old saint was choosing his burial ground, he accidentally discovered an immature stone embryo and wanted to seize its body. In the end, he failed. No wonder there was such great resentment. A stone embryo that could become an unrivaled existence was stopped by someone. Even though the saint was devoured, his primordial spirit died in the end. Pu. This saint's remains suddenly dissolved and turned into a pool of blood. They hurriedly dodged. It was truly tragic. A magnificent saint had died in such an undignified manner. Is the stone embryo really dead? The young geniuses all felt uneasy. The Holy Spirit was a synonym for unrivaled. As long as it had a breath, it could destroy a world. Don't worry. When the dragon vein dried up, it was not mature yet. After fighting with the old saint, its primordial spirit was destroyed. Yi Fan saw clearly that this Holy Spirit had failed at the last moment and became a dead embryo. It withered within the stone. He personally took action and peeled it off. As expected, it was a 9-aperture holy embryo. His brow flashed with splendor, and a small golden person walked out and entered the body of the 9-aperture Holy Spirit. The stone man immediately stood up. A wave of powerful might immediately overflowed, and the disciples immediately knelt down. They couldn't bear this kind of power and trembled with fear. What a pity. It was originally about to turn into a body of flesh and blood, but it was destroyed halfway. Its blood energy dried up, and it is no longer a supreme stone embryo. Yi Fan sighed. Not only did the old saint die miserably, this Holy Spirit embryo had also almost turned into ordinary stone. Apart from being sturdy and imperishable, there was no divine sea left behind. The stone blood had already dried up. It's not bad to use it as an incarnation. Congratulations, Master. You've comprehended a Tao body, and you've also obtained a Holy Spirit stone embryo. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. You won't have to worry about anything during this trip to the West. The disciples were all overjoyed. Yes, Master, we should go to the Western Holy Land, Jerusalem, and the Vatican. We can also go to Mount Olympus and other places. Maybe we can dig up something there. A few of the disciples saw that they had made such a great harvest, and even before fighting with the Western Orthodoxes, they were already thinking of taking some of the divine mountains. There was nothing they could do. With this type of master, they felt like even the divine objects nurtured by the world's mountains and rivers couldn't escape. They were already infected. Then, they continued on their way. Along the way, they looked at the mountains, rivers, and terrain. They took action several times, and they really had great harvests. They even dug up dragon marrow in a few countries. In this era of depletion, it was too hard to come by, making it even more precious. It had great benefits in the dragon transformation secret realm, as it could raise one's cultivation. It was divided equally among the disciples. Along the way, people from the West tried to stop them several times, but they were all killed by Yi Fan without any suspense. Just like that, they traveled and stopped. After a few months, they arrived at Jerusalem. During this period, the West was greatly shaken, and this was their topic of discussion every day. Master, the Central Earth Tao sect sent us news saying that there are ancient holy knights still alive in West Earth. They are sitting in Jerusalem, waiting for our arrival. Apart from this, when the Pope issued the summons, experts from all the ancient families responded, forming an unrivaled crusade. They are also waiting for the devils from the East. I also heard that there are true divine races descending, and it isn't as simple as humans cultivating. Long Yuxuan also mumbled in a low voice. Wu, are there still living ancient races? Yi Fan said to himself. They arrived at Jerusalem, but they didn't enter the city. Instead, they circled around it and disappeared into thin air. That was because Jerusalem belonged to the cultivators. Within the great ancient formation, mortals couldn't see it at all. It was a true city of saints. Too inconceivable. There is actually such a grand ancient city. The disciples were shaken. On the horizon, there was a huge city that seemed to be forged from black gold. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, and its entire body emitted specks of holy splendor. It was dignified and divine. They felt as if they had returned to the wild ancient world. Outside the city, ancient trees towered into the sky, apes cried, and tigers roared. Compared to the mortal world, the difference was too great. This was a divine city that had existed since the ancient times. Those who entered and exited the city were all cultivators, and not a single one of them was a mortal. Many of them were riding ancient beasts with dense scales and imposing auras. Why do I feel that after coming to the world of legends, that beautiful and flawless green-haired girl looks like an elf? Was that one from the divine race? It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and there was a divine disk behind its head. A halo enveloped its body, and it was truly mysterious. Clearly, this was a world of cultivators, and it had been revered as a holy city since ancient times. For such an ancient city to still exist in the current era, it was truly a kind of miracle. It's a bit troublesome. This city has existed since the ancient times. Who knows, there might really be some surviving elders here. Yi Fan said to himself. Chapter 987. Jerusalem was the holy city of the 3 major religions. Every year, countless people from Judaism, Islam, and Christianity would come on a pilgrimage. It had been the center of religious activities since ancient times. Meanwhile, what Yi Fan saw was a primitive ancient city that did not appear in the world. It had never been destroyed in the past wars, standing tall since ancient times until now. The black city flickered with a cold metallic luster. An ancient and divine aura pervaded the air. This was a city of gods, and it was also the residence of saints. This city was grand and enormous beyond imagination. Mortals couldn't build it at all. The city walls were like black mountain ridges that were almost as tall as the sky. The city walls were over 100 li long. It wasn't as simple as a city, but more like a vast group of caves that were shared by the 3 religions. Through the open enormous city gates, one could see that there were ancient temples, majestic mountains, and ancient trees that reached into the heavens. This was a pure ancient Tao rite used for cultivation. The area outside the city was also very spacious. A primitive aura assaulted one's senses. Mountains and rivers stretched as far as the eye could see. Old medicines grew, and ancient vines were as thick as buckets. Apes cried and tigers roared. Many cultivators came and went here. Regardless of whether they were inside or outside the city, none of them were ordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Yi Fan's appearance naturally attracted people's attention. During these days, the news of a demon emerging from the Central Plains had spread like wildfire in the west. Some rogue cultivators went to face him, but they were all defeated and killed. The news that the Central Earth demon had come to the west and was about to blaspheme the glory of God and slaughter his people had long since spread. Some people were waiting in anticipation to slay the demon and become a legendary hero. He's here. This person has finally appeared. Is he the one who defeated the army of 10? Someone was discussing. The city walls were filled with people of all races. There were many people in the primitive mountain forest outside the city, and some knights riding on wild beasts were roaming about. Among them, many people had no intention of taking action. This was the holy city of the 3 major religions, and so far, Yi Fan had only offended one religion. Master, are you entering the city? Phoenix Goddess asked. That night, she was extremely daring. She teased and teased Yi Fan, but she didn't feel anything was wrong. She was still very lively as if nothing had happened. There's no hurry. Yi Fan shook his head. He looked at this ancient city very carefully, wondering if he could use the black arrow to pierce through it. If the people of the three major religions knew about this, they would definitely be enraged and fight him to the death. Of course, he didn't want to destroy everything. He was just estimating the possible consequences. What if there was a heaven-piercing spell formation? Could it be broken? Everyone, I didn't come here for anything else. I just want to bring back the ancestral weapon of the Central Plains. I don't want to offend anyone, said Yi Fan. If there was no need, he also didn't want to start a massacre and fight a bloody battle in the West. There's nothing you want here. You've gone too far, someone in the city said coldly. Yang Huang's ancestral bones and divine weapons were displayed in West Earth, which is a type of humiliation to us later generations. Now that we're taking them back, we're going too far. What kind of logic is this? Green multicolored light flickered in the sky, and white mist pervaded the air. A majestic white horse trod through the sky, carrying a young girl as it soared through the air. It was indescribably divine and otherworldly. This was a close to pure-blooded unicorn. There wasn't a single strand of mixed fur on its body, and it was snow-white. The spiral horn on its head swirled with purple light. The young girl on its back wore silver armor, and her body was slender and graceful. Her pair of blue eyes were like the ocean, and in her hands was a small silver pagoda. She started to attack right away. Wang! The pagoda quickly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 feet tall. It landed with a loud rumble, and a white energy wave descended. It was like a waterfall, and it drowned Yi Fan and the others below. You want to give us a show of strength? This is an ancient sect leader-level magical artifact, said Zhong Yifan. Yi Fan stood on the spot and reached out with his hand. A blazing light shot out and locked onto the silver pagoda. With a wave of his hand, it quickly shrunk and flew into his palm. He casually tossed it to his disciple. It wasn't strange to see such a magical artifact. Although it was the end of the world, there were many weapons left behind by ancient experts. Even a branch of the great Xia dragonfinch in Zhejiang had such a weapon, so there was no need to mention the large races and places like Saint City. Return my artifact. The girl lightly shouted, and the unicorn rushed forward. The spiral horn instantly released a thick purple lightning snake, and the void was thrown into chaos. Yi Fan swiped his hand, and all the lightning disappeared. With a flick of his finger, the unicorn's horn immediately turned to dust. He didn't kill it. It was obvious that this young girl was ignorant of the ways of the world. She had read too many stories about epic heroes. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The young girl's eyes suddenly became deep, and then a blinding light shot out. The clothes on her back were torn apart, and a few pairs of blazing light wings unfolded. A powerful wave of energy surged violently. Oh, it seems like there really is an expert in the city. Unfortunately, he hid himself and entered the body of a pure young girl to test me. Since that's the case, I'll beat him until he's terrified. Yi Fan muttered. He turned into a bolt of lightning and moved forward. His hand covered the young girl, and a humanoid divine light appeared from the top of her head. She was like a battle god, and her divine wings split the sky. She struggled violently and roared, wanting to shatter Yi Fan's arm. However, it was futile. You are very powerful, but no matter what kind of existence you are, you will be as weak as a chicken or a stray dog in front of me. Yi Fan closed his palm and fingers, crushing this humanoid divine light. There were actually strands of blood flowing down, like the blood of a god. I'll wait for you to enter the city. A cold female voice came from inside Jerusalem. It was full of anger. This sense was a powerful existence. Bang! The unicorn and the silver-armored young girl fell to the ground, both unconscious. Yi Fan didn't attack. To him, this was the same as a mortal. You are indeed very powerful. No wonder you came to the Saint City. However, no matter how powerful you are, you still shouldn't blaspheme the glory of a god. An elder dressed in golden magical robes walked out. In his hands was a divine staff, and his entire body was surrounded by holy light. Behind him, there were more than 10 powerful knights shouting. They all sat on barbaric beasts and wore iron armor to protect this elder. That is Great Master Artuor. His magical techniques are profound, and he understands the ancient divine language. He is a terrifying great divine ability expert. Someone on the city wall quietly discussed. Yi Fan and the others naturally heard this. Even though the language was different, the divine senses of cultivators were the same, so they naturally understood what was being said. I don't want to speak any nonsense. Return my ancestral artifact, and I will turn around and leave. Otherwise, I will turn this place upside down. Yi Fan said. I don't know about the ancestral artifact. I only heard that you slaughtered 500 Eastern punitive warriors. I am going to judge you here and send you to the gallows. Great Master Artuor shouted. Then there's nothing else to say. It's better if I carry out the trial. Yi Fan didn't feel like saying anything else. This person was extremely powerful, a great divine ability expert, but there was no way he could compare to Yi Fan. Omnipotent God, please punish the sinner before your eyes. The elder chanted an incantation. A wave of boundless fluctuations surged over, and strands of natural laws appeared between heaven and earth. The divine staff in his hands released endless light, and when it was added to these natural laws, its power immediately increased by more than several times. This was a forbidden artifact. Yi Fan watched calmly. He wanted to see just what kind of special aspects the Western inheritance had. Only when he displayed its power did he calmly take action, directly flicking out a finger. Kai. A streak of golden light shot out, piercing through the net of natural laws and shattering that golden staff. It pierced through the space between his brows, and everything became still on the spot. Then, this great divine ability expert fell on his back, dying a violent death. Heavens, Great Master Artuor is dead. He was killed by that demon from the Central Plains in just one move. Those who saw this scene inside and outside the city cried out in alarm. Many people's faces turned pale as they watched all of this in disbelief. They felt that this was too shocking. That was because Great Master Artuor had lived for more than 900 years. His cultivation was unfathomable, and during the era when he was born, cultivation was still barely possible in all parts of the earth. Later on, he cultivated his Tao body with the pure power of faith and became famous in the West. He was one of the few great divine ability experts, but he was killed by a flick of a finger. How could this not be shocking? Seeing was believing. During these days, people had been saying that a demon had appeared in the Central Plains and how ferocious and powerful it was. Many people didn't believe it, but now that they had personally witnessed the fall of a great divine ability expert, they felt a chill run down their spines. In the back, although the Phoenix goddess, Yang Xiaoyu, and the others didn't know what realm this old man was at, they could guess from everyone's reaction that he was definitely someone who could shake a region. They were all speechless. Master is too powerful. Even a great divine ability expert from the West was annihilated with a flick of his finger. I reckon there is no one in this world who can match him. This was the fourth great divine ability expert killed by Yi Fan after the three great knight commanders. The most terrifying thing was that he killed the enemy effortlessly. A demon has appeared in the Central Plains. Many people murmured in a trembling voice. Yi Fan walked forward. Everyone moved back, and no one dared to stop him. The disciples followed behind him and all entered the holy city. Where are our holy knights? Where are the ancient holy knights who have lived since the Dark Era? Please resurrect and purify this demon from the Central Plains. Use the sacred flame to burn him. Some people were praying. How can we let a demon enter the Holy Land? The glory of the gods cannot be tarnished. Although some people were shouting, no one dared to step forward. The city was full of spiritual energy. There were ancient trees that reached the sky, great peaks, ancient temples, and cultivated medicinal fields. This was a rare ancient Tao rite that was very suitable for cultivation. You even dare to set foot in the city where the gods live. A cold and emotionless expression was transmitted over. It possessed a heavenly might that caused many people to tremble. God race, it's a living God race. After a short period of silence, Jerusalem was in an uproar. Many people began to shout with incomparable shock and excitement. This was an earth-shattering piece of news. Many devout believers almost burst into tears. They loudly shouted for the gods to descend and eliminate the demons of the Central Plains. There really is an ancient god race still alive. Even some old cultivators were shocked and couldn't help but mutter to themselves. God race. Yi Fan was expressionless. He said, I don't care who you are. If you obstruct me from bringing the ancestral weapon back, then I don't mind staining my hands with the blood of gods. The light of the gods illuminates the earth and is omnipotent. Those who betray the gods will only be punished by fire. I will burn your filthy soul and body to cleanse your sins. A ball of divine light rushed up and enveloped the sky. It sprinkled down boundless radiance that flowed to every corner. Lowly blasphemer, kneel at the feet of the gods and repent. Another vast voice transmitted over, shaking the entire holy city. Are you forcing me to kill the gods? Yi Fan said softly. His words were like a bolt from the blue that shook the entire holy city. Chapter 988. Yi Fan came from the west and slaughtered his way into the holy city. The god race that had been lying dormant had finally appeared, immediately triggering a huge commotion. This place was in an uproar, and many people were praying. In the sky, there was a powerful existence flowing with divine splendor. It was as if Mercury was flowing everywhere, filling every inch of space. There are experts in the West after all. Yi Fan said softly. He had the disciples retreat to avoid being affected. Dang! A sound wave that sounded like a great bell rang out, purifying one's soul. It was long and unending, traveling extremely far. It was clear and vast. A blazing light rushed over. The ancient god race didn't take action, but a woman with 4 pairs of divine wings on her back and a divine ring behind her head appeared. She was beautiful to the point of being flirtatious. She immediately attacked. The divine emissary has appeared to enforce the law in place of the gods. The demon from the central earth has been purified and removed from this world. This is an archangel. This kind of emissary was famous in the archaic years. I never thought I would see one in this era. Within the 3 great religions, even the cultivators who were watching the liveliness were astonished. Then, they felt deep reverence. It was rumored that an archangel could sweep through an entire region. Yi Fan didn't show any fear when he saw her rush over. The girl riding the unicorn he encountered when entering the city was possessed by her. Now, her true body had finally appeared. The so-called divine emissary is an ancient race. He softly said to himself. He immediately thought of many things. During the archaic years, experts from outside this region descended for the 99 Dragon Mountains. This was most likely a race from back then. I will take action in the name of the gods and burn your filthy soul. Repent and start anew. This archangel shouted. Her entire body overflowed with brilliant colors. 4 pairs of divine wings flapped, producing ripples that turned into Tao scars. God. To you, I am a god. Are you speaking in my name? I've killed at least 800 archaic creatures in Big Dipper. Do you think I'm talking to you? Yi Fan was indifferent. Disrespecting the gods, I'll grant you destruction. This beautiful archangel took action. Her entire body was surrounded by a divine ring, and with a shake of her 4 pairs of divine wings, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The heavens split apart, and an expanse of slaughter natural laws rushed out, turning into a heavenly sword that hacked towards Yi Fan. The magical force was like a sea, vast and boundless. Many people in Jerusalem trembled, and they couldn't help but kneel down. In the current era, this type of powerful existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Divine might, this is an undefeatable divine might. No one can go against the will of a deity. Everyone cried out in alarm. Many people drew crosses over their chests. You are indeed not weak. However, it depends on who you are fighting against. If you want to kill me, you'll have to cultivate for another 3,000 years. Yi Fan pointed his fingers together and unleashed a sword art. A wave of golden sword energy rushed out like a vast ocean. Pu. All the Tao patterns created by the Archangel Divine Wings were shattered, and the golden sword sea surged forward. A blazing sword light flashed by and cut her in half on the spot. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. What? The divine emissary's body was severed? How could this demon be so powerful? Everyone in Jerusalem went cold from head to toe. They were still cheering just now, but in the blink of an eye, they felt a chill run through their bones. All of the fine hairs on their bodies stood on end. In the sky, blood splashed outwards. The archangel that was cut in half released a long roar, and the two halves of her body merged back together. A streak of divine light flashed past, and everything returned to normal. This is the power of a deity, imperishable through 1,000 tribulations, imperishable through 100 eras. Someone cheered. Their spirits were stirred up, and it could be said that their minds were completely immersed in this battle. However, the archangel's face fell ashen, and she felt great fear inside. She knew that things were now extremely troublesome. The person in front of her was deep and immeasurable, and she was not his opponent. Kai. She opened her mouth and spat out an ancient scroll. It turned into a mountain and river diagram that surrounded Yifan. This was a forbidden artifact. Once one was trapped inside, everything would be dissolved. It was an ancient treasure. What does this count for? Little Daoist, I taught you a lesson just now, yet you still refuse to learn. In that case, I'll just send you to meet your ancestors, Yifan said softly. His hands moved about, and the army symbol art operated. The ancient scroll flew over with a su sound, and it quickly shrunk to the size of an inch before landing in his palm. Then, with a shake of his hand, he tossed it to his own disciple. The powerful ancient treasure quickly changed owners. Pu. At the same time, Yifan used his hand to cut through the space between the archangel's brows. A streak of blood split open and extended downwards. With a peng sound, her body was hacked in half, and she died a violent death. Deity killer, he killed the divine emissary barehandedly. Demonic bone killed the divine emissary. How could this happen? This is a heaven-overflowing crime. The group of people broke into an uproar. Apart from the older cultivators whose eyes flickered with radiance and didn't say anything, the younger cultivators found this result hard to accept. They felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. The world became dark. You are the so-called divine race? Yifan flew high into the sky and confronted the person emitting divine splendor. This was definitely an archaic king, but he didn't become an ancient king. There was a vertical eye between his brows. His golden hair scattered behind him, and he wore a metal armor that flowed with dreamy radiance. This was the armor left behind by an ancient king. The Tao-severing king. After returning to Earth for a long time, Yifan finally encountered an opponent. This was a Tao-severing expert, a living existence that possessed an extraordinary bloodline. I am only the weakest among the many divine race. Human, do you want to defy the gods? This person looked very young, not more than 20 years old. However, his eyes were full of vicissitudes, and it was clear that he had lived for a very long time. His age was measured in thousands of years. It's fine if you scare others with these words, but it's meaningless against me. I have returned from the outer realms, and I have killed many ancient races. Do you still want to be above me and become a god? Yifan said coldly. In that case, you are determined to defy the gods. There is no one in this world who can save you, said the divine race expert. Yifan scoffed coldly and said, if I didn't guess wrong, the so-called divine race experts have already left during the ancient years. You are the only one left, and you can't pose any threat to me. You will never understand the domain of the gods. You lowly ant, why haven't you knelt down and repent for your sins? This divine race expert roared. His vertical eye emitted waves of ripples that quickly extended outwards. There was a powerful spiritual might that could actually sway one's mind and make one submit. Yifan immediately released a light shout. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, and it immediately calmed down this demonic sound. Meanwhile, many people who were kneeling on the ground were also stunned, not understanding what was going on. You want to use this kind of bewitching technique on me? I even killed the descendants of your ancient emperor. So what if you've severed your Tao? Yifan walked up and took the initiative to take action. He didn't dare be careless when facing such a powerful figure. This was an ancient race that had severed their Tao before the world was completely dried up. He most likely had extraordinary methods. For the glory of the gods, blasphemers must die. This divine race expert released a light shout. A streak of dazzling light spat out from his mouth, and it turned into a divine rainbow. There were all types of symbols engraved on its surface as it rushed towards Yifan. This was the so-called words are the law, actions are the rules. The words of the divine mouth were the laws, and they could kill people invisibly. If one wasn't careful, they would definitely fall into the Tao. Yifan brushed out with his hand. Zheng zheng sounds rang out, and that divine rainbow shattered like sparkling glass. An energy storm erupted, and the battle between the two truly began. Rainbow pierces the sun. The divine race expert's vertical eye shone with radiance, shooting out several li of radiance. It was accompanied by the rumbling of the heavenly Tao. This was his race's innate divine ability, and it resonated with the Tao. Yifan's left hand formed the embracing mountain imprint, and a black mountain appeared. It scattered the radiance on the spot, and the resplendent light instantly turned into darkness. Hong! The divine race expert rushed forward, and his entire body surged with holy light. It was as if he was burning, releasing blinding light that illuminated the heavens and earth. Every inch of space was filled with holy force. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. The so-called deity finally moved his fist, and he could no longer act high and mighty. He turned into a streak of blazing golden light and met the attack head-on. His hand formed the true dragon imprint, and the high skies immediately rumbled and collapsed. The two sides were separated by several hundred zhong, and the boundless power collided. This was a collision of heaven overflowing magical power. Yifan's physical body passed through the stormy region at extreme speed. The true dragon imprint took form, and it turned into a huge azure dragon as it soared over. Pu. The divine race expert coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he flew over 1,000 zhong away. The blood was silvery white, and it emitted a holy splendor. Below, the numerous cultivators were deathly silent. At the start of the battle, the deity already suffered a small loss, and his blood splashed into the heavens. This was not a good sign. A demon had appeared in the Middle Earth. Was the warning of the ancient times going to become a nightmare now? He could contend against a deity. Who in the present world could match him? Who could subdue him? He didn't sever his Tao, yet he has this kind of cultivation. The divine race expert muttered to himself. He knew that he had encountered great trouble, and the slightest bit of carelessness would lead to his death. Yifan said, "You finally don't think of yourself as a deity anymore? Hand over the ancestral artifact and continue to be a deity. Otherwise, your blood will splatter over the holy city today." The divine race expert calmed himself down. He took out an ancient talisman, and it floated above his head. He softly chanted an incantation, and a huge body overlapped with him. It stood majestically like an ancient war god. "Human, crawl under my feet. Offer up piety and reverence, and I will forgive you of your crimes." A huge roar shook the heaven and earth. This was a giant completely formed from the ancient talisman. It caused him to emit an overflowing tyrannical aura, causing Jerusalem to tremble. Large cracks appeared in the sky. The ancient talisman was extremely special. It was as if a body had been forged out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was formed from interweaving natural laws and Tao patterns. It was like a body of light. Meanwhile, the divine race expert resided in the head of this enormous war body. It was as if he was wearing an enormous armor, and his physique was powerful to the extreme. This was his race's secret treasure. After activating the ancient talisman, he could temporarily possess the power of the ancient ancestor's body. He could borrow it for his own use and sweep through everything. This is the ancient war god's body. Many older generation figures were shocked. There were even some ancient families that worshipped this divine statue. No one expected that they would personally witness it today. The divine race had manifested it, and its power was heaven overflowing. This divine race activated the ancient talisman, and it entered this powerful war body. It hacked open the void, and chaotic energy surged like Pangu splitting open heaven and earth. It took a step forward and immediately killed Yifan. Hong! The war god's palm slammed down, shattering the void and drowning Yifan within the chaotic energy streams. Its power was unparalleled. However, when everything calmed down, Yifan stood in the distance, unharmed. He wasn't hit at all. He said coldly, "It's not the true ancestral body, just a body of light formed from interweaving symbols. It's nothing much." After speaking, he took the initiative to face it head-on. The two fought a great battle, producing streaks of dazzling light that illuminated the entire divine city. The mountain-embracing imprint in Yifan's left hand continuously collided with him. His right hand suddenly released the human king imprint, immediately sending him flying several thousand zhong away. Everyone was shocked. The difference in height between the two was too great, yet Yifan could send the war god's body flying. His great power was inconceivable. This ancient talisman is a treasure. It was most likely personally refined by a half-saint. Yifan said to himself. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength and fought fiercely against this Tao-severing king. The true dragon imprint smashed out, leaving behind a terrifying palm imprint on this enormous body. Peng! Then, the human king imprint struck out, directly blasting the war god's body apart. The ancient talisman floating above the divine race's head cracked, releasing a crisp sound as it turned into powder. Deities are nothing more than this. Yifan rushed over with the travel character art. His right hand turned into a sky-overturning imprint, and like a large golden wheel, it smashed down. The surface was densely covered in symbols, and it was incomparably terrifying. Pu. The deity was smashed into pieces, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. It scattered over Jerusalem's holy city. The scene was horrifying. Deity was killed. Everyone's faces turned pale from fright. They were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 989. A god was killed by a human. A rain of blood poured down like a torrential downpour. The god's blood seemed to be boundless as it sprinkled down endlessly. The chilly wind howled angrily, shocking everyone. They were tongue-tied and became absolutely silent. After an unknown period of time, waves of cries rang out. There were naturally devout believers here. They were all heartbroken and in disbelief. God is dead. How could this be? He was killed by a demon from the Middle Earth. What happened to this world? How could the omnipotent God die? How could he be defeated? Everything is an illusion. No matter what era it was, there was no lack of fanatics. Their world seemed to have collapsed. They couldn't accept this fact. Most of the people were silent and shocked, especially the old cultivators. Even if they had faith, they wouldn't cry. Because at a certain level, they all understood the origins of the so-called God. Heavens, a demon from the Middle Earth killed our God. This is a nightmare. Let's go and kill him together, a fanatic shouted and rushed forward like a madman. However, there weren't as many people who responded as expected. Less than 100 people charged towards Yifan. Bang! Yifan stepped down like a dark cloud pressing down. The world instantly darkened, enveloping the land below. These people all exploded, turning into dozens of balls of blood mist, becoming lonely ghosts. Even a god had been killed. Who could stop a demon from the Middle Earth now? This was a shocking result. A god had been slaughtered in front of everyone in the holy city, and it was a clean and decisive move. Yifan stood on the ground, extremely silent. He was extracting the god's divine sense imprint and looking at the ancient secrets. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. This was an ancient race left behind in the West. When his ancestors left, he was still very young and was forgotten here. He didn't know the coordinates of the starry sky, otherwise he would have left long ago. Yifan still knew some general information. He learned that people from at least 3 ancient planets in the star domain had come to Earth. The most powerful one was the Hwasong planet, and its people were all from the Golden Crow race. And this god came from an ancient planet called Tongtian. It was the origin of life and was very difficult to find in a primitive star domain. There are at least 6 or 7 ancient planets with life in the entire universe. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty has the coordinates of a few planets with life. These should be the coordinates. When he left, Yifan only managed to snatch the coordinates of Earth. The rest of it broke apart and fell into unknown hands. There should be 1 or 2 Protoss on Earth, as well as some messengers. Yifan obtained this information after carefully observing his divine sense. The main reason was that his sky-flipping seal was so powerful that it shattered this person's consciousness. His memory was a little incomplete, so he couldn't see how many gods were left. The mountains and rivers within Jerusalem rose and fell, and it was known as the number 1 heavenly passage in the West. It had existed for a very long time, and it was difficult to say when it had first appeared. There had been deities living here since ancient times. In this age of chaos, it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. In the past, when spiritual energy was abundant, Dao severing was still far from complete after so many years. Naturally, it's not a threat to me, Yifan muttered to himself. The powerhouses of the Protoss were already dead, and more than half of the fanatics had been killed. The remaining people no longer dared to approach. All of them retreated while he walked into the depths of the city step by step. Everyone was terrified. All of them retreated. The demons of the Middle-earth had arrived in the west and killed a god. This shocked everyone, and the entire divine city was in a state of depression. At this moment, the news quickly spread to all parts of Europe through various means. The entire Western cultivation world was completely shaken. The god was dead. He was killed by a demon king of the Middle-earth named Yifan. He killed his way all the way to the west and claimed to be the lord of the celestial court. Like a stormy wave, he shocked one ancient inheritance after another. This day was known as the Day of Darkness. It was imprinted in the history of the Western cultivation. It was an incomparably gloomy day that made people feel despair and powerlessness. The god is dead, and the demon is here. This was what the cultivators said the most. This was an earth-shattering event. People finally knew how powerful the warnings of the ancient sages were. The demon from the Middle-earth was not just a saying. The Vatican was another paradise of the Western Orthodoxy. After hearing the news, a group of important people almost flipped the table and urgently summoned the Holy Knights. On the same day, the fearless Crusaders set out for Jerusalem. They had just been formed not long ago and were all carefully selected powerhouses. This time, they did not obey orders and went to battle on their own. Yifan walked in the holy city of Jerusalem and slowly climbed up to a temple built for the god. Normally, no one dared to enter. The grand temple was filled with holy light. There were auspicious spiritual birds flying in the air, and ancient vines crawled along the sides. It was peaceful and natural. Following this place, there were giant stone steps that led to even higher places. Yifan slowly walked forward, step by step entering the most majestic ancient palace located at the peak of the mountain. This was the residence of the god. Others were not allowed to enter or blaspheme it. Yifan was here to find the ancestral artifact, so he naturally had no qualms. He had even killed the god, so what was there to be afraid of? Master, are there really no other experts in this holy city? Why do I feel a little worried? Zhong Qingyang asked. He was the little Taoist master and knew some divination and divination techniques. There are. Yifan frowned. He felt that this holy city was very strange. It was as if there was a supreme existence here, but why hadn't it appeared? I've heard a little about it. Legend has it that there was an ancient character suppressed by terror. Could it be that Master has sensed such an aura? Long Yuxuan asked. Yifan was startled. Then, he stood in silence for a long time, sensing with his heart. His powerful divine sense swept through every inch of the land. He couldn't help but nod and say, it should be like this. This ancient city cannot be damaged, or else there might be a big mess. Master has made a great discovery. There are a few ancestral artifacts that Middle-earth lost over 100 years ago. There were a few ancient objects on a stone platform. There were fragments of the Fuxi dragon tablet, fragments of the 9 cauldrons forged by Yu the Great, and so on and so forth. Some of these objects were powerful magic artifacts, while some were purely ancient artifacts of our ancestors. It wasn't because of how powerful they were, but because of their extraordinary significance. They were ancestral artifacts, and it was a kind of humiliation to be displayed in the West. There are too many ancient artifacts of Middle-earth displayed in the various museums. It's really a kind of humiliation, but these are the most important. They must be taken back. Presenting them here is like showing the corpses of our ancestors to others. They took away all the things on the stone platform. Master, there are Mount Ty's altar cornerstone here. Very soon, they found a damaged altar in an important place in the hall. There shouldn't be just these. There should be some more. This so-called divine race expert didn't collect much. Yi Fan frowned. These things had to be taken back. Not even a single piece could be left behind. They would all be of great use to him. The cornerstone with the ancient heavenly scriptures recorded here isn't here. There are no clues. Yang Xiaoyu said. Then it should be in another heavenly passage in the West. We still have to make a trip there. They emptied this place. Additionally, they discovered many powerful artifacts. Some belonged to the West, and some belonged to the East. They naturally didn't hold back and swept them all away. There seems to be a king weapon among them. The disciples were overjoyed. They couldn't help but rub their hands. Yi Fan waved his hand and gave them an equal share. They immediately cheered. Outside the majestic palace, below the enormous stone steps, many people were looking up at the shrine, all of them in a daze. The demons of the Middle Earth had plundered such a sacred place. This was truly an irreversible calamity. Jerusalem was the holy city of the three great religions. There were more than one divine palace and ancient temple. The other two sects were a bit scared. They feared that Yi Fan's demonic nature would erupt and loot them as well. Master, the other two sects might have ancient altar cornerstones as well. Should we take a look? Yu Weiyu asked in a soft voice. It was because this matter was extremely important. They already wiped out one sect's deity. The other two sects might still have deities. If they fought, the results would be hard to predict. All altars left behind by the ancient people of Middle-earth must be taken back. Yi Fan said resolutely. However, he didn't want to kill too many either. He walked out of the Grand Palace and looked at the densely packed figures below. He then looked towards the important places of the other two sects. After a long time, he sat down cross-legged. Yi Fan began to recite the salvation scripture. He had already obtained a perfect scripture from Spirit Treasure Sect. This scripture's wondrous uses were boundless, and it could also purify the living. There were many people with hostility below. Yi Fan released his divine sense and didn't conceal his cultivation at all. He supported the scripture's profound mysteries and Tao laws as he began to purify the people within the holy city. This was a type of wondrous technique. Not long after, a few fanatical believers were turned into ordinary believers. A portion of them were members of the crusade, and in the end, they were almost purified to follow him. Demonic scripture. This is a type of demonic scripture. Everyone, please don't listen to it. Hurry and escape. In the end, Yi Fan was preaching the Tao and chanting scriptures. A group of people fled, and there were even more who were completely infatuated and immersed in it. He quickly obtained a lot of important information from these people's pious thoughts. He operated the army formula and transported some incomplete altars from the other two sects' divine halls. He immediately retrieved them and didn't kill anyone. Not long after, the holy city became peaceful. Half of the people fled to the divine halls of the various sects to seek the protection of the gods. Meanwhile, the other portion was almost purified. They sat on the ground devoutly and listened to the Tao sounds. As they listened to his preaching, this place became a paradise. In the distance, there was a powerful fluctuation of divine might. Two experts of the god race appeared from a mysterious place in the west. They met the Crusaders from Vatican City and led them into the holy city. Who is blaspheming the gods? The majestic and deafening heavenly might rumbled over from afar. These were two beams of divine light that shot straight into the heavens. At the center of the light were two majestic figures with imperial crowns on their heads. They were just like ancient monarchs, inviolable, divine, and boundless majesty. Are these the last two experts of the god race? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he watched. Auspicious songs rang out in the sky. Holy light illuminated everything and divine clouds filled the air. It was as if gods had descended. These two were a bit stronger than the god race expert who had died. They were also kings of the Dao-severing realm and belonged to the midstage of this realm. They seemed to have some kind of secret treasure on them and emitted a dangerous aura. Behind them was a group of crusaders. Even though they didn't have as many people as last time, they were much stronger. Their battle intent surged and they weren't afraid of death. Yi Fan didn't say much. He directly took out 2 black arrows and gently stroked them. Then, he directly drew the bow and shot into the sky. Woo, the heavens and earth split apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. It was as if a demonic god had come into being. The sky collapsed. If not for the protection of the ancient formation, the holy city would have been destroyed in a day because the power of the black arrows was too great. Yi Fan used all of his strength to shoot it out. It was as if 2 suns exploded, carrying tremendous divine might that collapsed the sky dome, collapsing the void. Nothing remained, waves of primal chaos mist surging. Pu. A black arrow pierced through the clouds and split the sun, piercing through a god race expert. He collapsed on the spot and a rain of blood splashed out, dyeing the sky red. Another miserable cry sounded. The other god race expert couldn't escape this disaster either and was directly shot dead. He turned into a large string of blood that poured down like a torrential rain. Yi Fan used the black arrows to kill 2 god race experts. This shocked the scene. The crusaders who came from afar were completely dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene. This day was destined to be a dark day. The 3 god race experts all died and their names were forever erased. It was impossible for a miracle to appear again. Yi Fan stood up and gazed into the distance. It's time to go to the other heavenly paradise of the Western inheritance and bring back the ancestral artifact and divine object. Chapter 990. Ah Wu, loud cries rang out. Yi Fan stood in front of the majestic shrine and looked down. The Crusader army seemed to have lost their hope and was on the verge of collapse as they wailed loudly. God was dead, and the whole world seemed to have collapsed. Everything was dark and filled with despair. The 2 mighty experts of the god race had been killed with a single arrow, and it was hard for them to accept this. In the eyes of these devout believers, the whole world had lost its luster. The world had come to an end, and this was an unbearable weight and pain. Their faith had collapsed. Glory and faith are our lives. Fight for God. Everyone cried loudly and faced death with equanimity. They rushed toward the tallest sacred mountain in Jerusalem, wanting to carry out the final assault. They couldn't accept this cruel reality. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He stretched out his finger and swiped downwards. Pu sounds rang out incessantly as blood blossomed. Lives were withering as 7 to 8 knight leaders were erased. After that, he didn't make any more moves. He sat cross-legged on the tallest sacred mountain and began to recite the salvation scripture. His voice resounded through the sky, and auspicious clouds scattered down like pearls and pearls. 1,000 colors and 10,000 auspicious lights poured down, covering every corner. This scripture was the first of the 3 cave scriptures of Taoism. It could eliminate natural disasters, protect the emperor, and poison the people. Both men and women were protected and could be converted from mortals. The path of immortals brings forth life, immeasurable people. Yi Fan's voice was deafening and rumbled like thunder. He recited the scriptures on the sacred mountain, and all kinds of phenomena appeared in the world. Yi Fan wanted to go to another paradise in West Earth, but if he didn't get rid of the evil aura of the Crusaders, they might bring disaster to Middle Earth. They blocked the path, all of them in grief. Yi Fan didn't want to create a heaven-overflowing calamity. Killing so many people was truly against the harmony of the heavens, so he might as well convert them spiritually. Auspicious colors descended from the sky, and sweet springs gushed out from the earth. Withered trees sprouted, and the sick and disabled were healed. Yi Fan's lotus blossomed, and all kinds of auspicious signs appeared. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and a divine aura curled up around him. He was like a god converting all living beings. Ancient characters appeared one after another from his mouth, turning into scriptures that were engraved in the void, purifying everyone's hearts and minds, cleansing their primordial spirits. This was a type of cleansing on the spiritual level. Yi Fan didn't have the slightest killing intent, and he seemed like an ancient immortal or an eternal sage. Every single word he spat out was crystalline and translucent, and they transformed into divine radiance that illuminated the sky and entered everyone's sea of consciousness. The frightening murderous aura in the city of Jerusalem had all disappeared. Many of the knights had already rushed to the front, but they had all thrown away their weapons and were in a daze. This was the most powerful group of people. At the foot of the holy mountain, there was a group of crusaders sitting cross-legged on the ground. Their expressions were solemn, as though they had gained enlightenment. Their expressions were calm, and their entire being seemed peaceful. When the older cultivators in the distance saw this scene, all of their hairs stood on end. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? They were comparable to ancient deities, opening their mouths to preach the Tao, gather believers, establish a sect in a single day, be respected by all under the heavens, able to pass down their inheritance through the ages. Jiao Zheng's were Shi. Po Ni fiend spirit. Sorrowful across the border. Nan Yaokue. Jingyi Guang Guang. Mixed elements awakening fate. Yi Fan chanted the Tao scripture, and orchids surrounded him. Golden gates appeared, clouds rose, and images appeared. An immortal king sat cross-legged in the 9 heavens, and the chaos nourished a lotus. Reciting the scripture once, the devout believers' hearts would be clear. Reciting the scripture twice, and worry would be gone. Reciting the scripture thrice, and everyone would bow their heads, and their minds would be clear. Reciting the scripture thrice, and the hidden ailments would be gone. Reciting the scripture thrice, and the teeth would be reborn. Endless bandits must think. Great waves are born in the Tao Sea. Dharma and righteousness are like a stream. Nurture good seedlings. To save the hungry and poor. Yi Fan's vision gradually merged with his body. He sat high in the 9 heavens, reciting the heaven and earth Xian and Huang texts. The sky was overflowing with auspicious signs, and they fell down, completely covering Jerusalem. It was almost impossible to see such a powerful being in the present world, and even more so, no one would devote their mind and cultivation to expounding the scripture to enlighten so many people. In ancient times, this was a manifestation of a divine miracle. This was not only enlightening the believers, but also giving them great benefits. Whether it was a problem in their cultivation or the shackles on their cultivation, they would all be changed, and they would receive great benefits. In ancient times, this was like a god descending to the world. It was equivalent to creating a pure land, and it was a supreme method to gather faith. Once everyone in the world recognized and respected him, he could become a saint. The hostility in the holy city of Jerusalem disappeared completely, and it turned into a peaceful place. Yi Fan used his great power to kill and suppressed the place. And in this process, the little Taoist master, Zhong Qingyang, benefited the most. He was a disciple of Taoism, and he was guarding behind Yi Fan. He felt as if a window had opened, and his cultivation improved, and he actually broke through a small realm. Master, establish a sect. This is nothing more than an ancient miracle. The people below have all been enlightened by you, and they have become devout believers, he said with a trembling voice. Celestial Court. Yi Fan spat out these 2 words. His voice was deafening, and it resounded through the clouds. He told Zhong Qingyang that he could preach in the future, but not now. Zhong Qingyang nodded. This would be a grand and long-term goal for him to work hard for. The famous Daoist Zhong embarked on a road to create his own path. In the end, Yi Fan no longer showed off his cultivation, and no longer chanted scriptures. The people sitting cross-legged below the holy mountain were all full of spirit, and they completely gave up their killing intent. Their spirits were purified. He stood up. The people below were pilgrims, and their eyes were incomparably devout. They were all praying, and they were willing to follow him to the Vatican to ask for the ancestral artifact. Zhong Qingyang decided on his own, and at this moment, he announced Yi Fan's position as Celestial Emperor. For a moment, the mountain was filled with endless cheers, and it resounded through the world. Dragon Sparrow, Zhong Yifan, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They felt that Zhong Qingyang really had the potential to become a swindler. In the blink of an eye, he had turned a group of enemies into believers. It was a bit inconceivable. "Master, please teach me the flawless scripture of expiation," Zhong Qingyang said seriously. Yi Fan stretched out his hand, and a clear radiance entered the space between his brows, turning into a complicated scripture. Moreover, it had the imprint of his enlightenment, and it involved the various details and processes of comprehending this scripture. It could allow him to quickly understand it. This was no longer a pure expiation scripture. There were also Tao scriptures, Western Emperor scriptures, Eternal Universe scriptures, and many other profound mysteries that could purify one's primordial spirit, forming a unique ancient scripture. "It's time to leave." Yi Fan gazed into the distance, and thus began his journey. Celestial Emperor. At the foot of the sacred mountain, groups of devout believers shouted, their voices resounding through the clouds. In the distant temples of the other two religions, many elders were dumbstruck. Even the gods they revered were speechless, not daring to make a move. Yi Fan descended the mountain, and with many followers, he left this place in a grandiose manner, heading into the distance. "I want the flowers of the Celestial Court's orthodoxy to blossom in every corner of the world, and from then on, establish an immortal sect," Zhong Qingyang said, extremely excited. "Zhong Qingyang, you couldn't have been accidentally purified by Master, right?" The others muttered, speaking in a joking tone. "You guys don't understand, establish an immortal sect. I vaguely seem to have sensed something, but it's hard to explain right now," Zhong Qingyang said absent-mindedly. Vatican City, meaning the land of prophets, was the most famous heavenly paradise in the West. It was the resting place of the ancient gods, possessing endless myths and legends. Not long after Yi Fan left Jerusalem, all of the news spread through various methods, shaking the Western Orthodoxy greatly. The last two divine races were shot dead, and all of the glory and halo became dim. Moreover, the Crusaders became his bodyguards, becoming his devout believers, and were currently on their way to the West. The devil headed to the West. Many ancient families couldn't sit still anymore. A devil emerged from the central earth, his momentum overbearing, and he didn't come with good intentions. Was he going to overturn the Western orthodoxy? On this day of darkness, all of the great inheritances were horrified. A devil emerged from the central earth, heading west. No one had expected things to develop to this extent. It was extremely grim. The remaining divine races of this world were all dead. Who else could subdue this great demon of the central earth? Vatican City is in danger. Even though its backing is deep, it is already insufficient in this cultivationless age. No one can suppress this devil. You're wrong. That is the master of the celestial court. Be careful of him trying to purify you. What do we do? Should we go and provide assistance? Don't worry. If I haven't guessed wrong, there are still some holy knights who survived the Dark Age. Perhaps they still have the strength to fight. Everyone was discussing this. They were all incomparably shocked by Yi Fan's crusade of purification. Some of them couldn't accept this reality, and all of them were a bit scared. Yi Fan walked around the Vatican for a while before entering the ancient formation. He walked into a primitive land. The ancient trees here were like dragons, and the fragrance of ancient medicines permeated the air. This was a rare cultivation holy land, and a desolate aura assaulted his senses. Since the ancient times, this place had been a spiritual land that nurtured gods. There were saints and virtuous sages overseeing it throughout the generations. Now that the times had changed, it was impossible for such experts to appear again. However, it was still revered by people. This was an ancient Tao rite. It was different from the Catholic center that mortals believed in, but it could still absorb the power of faith from the outside world. Within the Vatican, there were many great figures who were worried and frowning. Now that the devil of the central earth had come to their doorstep, they were at a loss. However, there were also some people who were laughing heartily. They said in great comfort, "Isn't it great that the divine race is dead? The Holy Scripture is the crystallization of wisdom, and Jesus is a venerable sage. What are those divine races from outside this region? When the time comes, we will go and welcome the devil of the central earth. Our doctrine is great. The existence of God is to provide spiritual sustenance for the people of the world, and not to provide telekinesis for the divine races from outside this region. In another grand hall, a group of people were at their wits' end. They were all extremely worried. Even the divine race had been killed, so how could the Vatican resist? In the end, Pope opened his mouth. His expression was as calm as water as he said, "No matter. God isn't omnipotent, but our religion is omnipotent. Your Majesty Pope, do you have any ideas? The devils of the Central Earth are truly powerful to the extreme." Someone revealed an expression of shock and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know why those divine race experts only live in the holy city of Jerusalem and never dare to come to this ancient Taurite? Because they are afraid that the strongest expert under the starry skies is here." Pope's eyes were deep and unfathomable like the sea. He sat upright and was as calm as a mountain. "Then why did you watch as they were killed?" Someone asked in alarm. "What do they count as? It's just a cooperation. In the past, we occasionally needed them to display miracles. They aren't true gods, and they are merely gods that we established. We can abolish them at any time." Pope's hair was thick and flowing with brilliance. His face was snow-white and sparkling, and his eyes were as deep as the starry skies. As he sat high up, every movement he made would leave traces of the Tao. He was like a god. Chapter 991. The Vatican was the land of the prophets and the Holy Land where the gods slept. It was extremely vast and was far larger than the small piece of land in the mortal world. Here, towering divine mountains rose and fell. Rays of holy light lingered around them as angels sang hymns. Strange flowers bloomed, old herbs grew on the cliffs, and pure-blooded unicorns roamed the forest. This was a peaceful ancient Daoist rite temple, and one could even see spirits, giants, and strange dragons that had gone extinct since the ancient times. A desolate aura assaulted one's face. In the distance, the dragon pond was deep. Waterfalls poured down from the sky, and dozens of mountains were the most conspicuous. Every one of them was engraved with Tao marks of heaven and earth. On every mountain was a majestic temple. Regardless of whether it was the foundation, tiles, or wooden pillars, they were all from ancient times and had existed for a long time. This place gave people a sense of great vicissitudes. No matter how much time passed, this place remained the same since ancient times. It was sacred and dignified. Not everyone could set foot in this place, especially those who had come to denounce the Vatican. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to do so. Yi Fan brought a few disciples into this ancient dojo. He stood in the distance and quietly observed the land of the prophets, silently appreciating its glory. This was not a shelter for the weak. Time flew by, and each generation produced outstanding people. Behind him was a large group of people who had been converted in Jerusalem and became his staunch followers. They were incomparably pious, and many of them were members of the Crusade. The great army pressed on, shaking all of Europe. However, the Vatican was very quiet. The high and mighty Holy Temple sprinkled down its radiance, and there was no tense atmosphere. The earth trembled and wild beasts roared. Hundreds of cavalry charged into the Vatican, and all of them trampled on the tall mountains. Their blood energy surged into the heavens, and their killing intent surged. The people of the Divine Splendor clan had come to fight to protect the Vatican. Their clan leader had led many experts here. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. In another direction, blood energy surged as a group of powerful knights appeared. They wore golden armor and held golden spears in their hands. Their battle intent was high, and their eyes were sharp. This was a group of lions that had been through hundreds of battles. This is someone from the Gold family. They are known to have the bloodline of a deity and are incomparably powerful. During the ancient years, there were 2 divine sages who swept through the west, forcing all saints to retreat. A devout follower explained to Yi Fan, explaining the origins of these experts, describing their bloodlines and specialties in great detail. On this day, many ancient clans sent experts to reinforce the Vatican, fearing that the demons of the Central Plains would destroy the Holy Land in their hearts. It hadn't even been an hour since Yi Fan arrived here, but there were already 12 great armies that hurried over, all of them the most ancient and powerful inheritances, representing the most powerful of the present day. Boom! On the highest majestic sacred mountain, the grand palace was pushed open by two beautiful angels with divine wings. The sacred door of the center of power was opened, and a group of elders came out in a line. A powerful aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was obvious that this was a group of extraordinary characters, representing the current Vatican's peak strength. Every one of them had profound cultivation and lived in seclusion all year round, borrowing the ocean-like psychokinesis to cultivate. At the center, there was a stone chair with a cross carved on it, giving off an ancient aura. An old man sat there majestically, looking down like a great mountain, like an ancient deity. His eyes were incomparably vast, with the sun, moon, and stars flickering in and out of existence. Wu, a powerful opponent. This is someone who has survived since the ancient years. Looking at the traces left behind by the passage of time, he should be more than 3,000 years old, Yifan said to himself. This is the Pope. No one knows which era he is from, only that his followers have died batch after batch, but he is still alive, a devout follower informed. Peng! The great earth trembled. Several figures appeared, making the mountains tremble. They possessed incomparable power, every single one of them unmoving like a mountain, calm like a mountain. Every single one of them was special, looking like they were 40 or 50 years old. However, the vicissitudes in their eyes were difficult to hide. The battle clothes on their bodies were dull and lusterless, all of them cast from bronze. They were covered in blade marks and arrow imprints, as if they were taken out from a museum. Battle clothes from the Dark Era. Someone cried out in alarm. These are holy knights from the ancient era. Legend has it that several of them experienced tens of thousands of battles without dying, passing through all types of chaotic eras, living until today. Everyone's reactions were different, all of them revealing expressions of shock. Even Yifan was a bit surprised. These four were all ancient sect master level figures. Being able to live until now was also an anomaly. We were originally waiting for you in Jerusalem's holy city, but after receiving the Pope's decree, we didn't face you. One of them spoke without any joy or worry. Even deities aren't my opponent. It's useless even if all of you come at me together. Yifan said indifferently. When the calm and emotionless voice sounded in everyone's ears, it possessed incomparable deterrence. All of the ancient families that came to provide assistance felt a wave of fear. This was the truth. Heaven and earth slowly dried up, only becoming deathly still several hundred years ago. These four had long become sect masters, and then they borrowed mental force to cultivate, so their cultivation didn't stop because of the drying up of heaven and earth. We might not be your opponent, but that doesn't mean that we can't injure you. They were extremely calm. In their hands appeared a great sword, a dragon spear, a dagger, and other things. They weren't all that sharp, dull, and lusterless. However, they made one's heart produce waves of coldness, as if they could devour one's primordial spirit. They were chilly and heavy, as if they were dragons hibernating in an abyss. Half-holy weapon. Yifan revealed a strange expression, but he didn't feel any fear. The difference in cultivation level was too great. He pointed forward, and one of them quickly used a great sword to block. Brilliant light erupted, and a vicious dragon that was hibernating awakened. It roared with terrifying power, tearing apart heaven and earth. The great earth split apart, and the heavens collapsed. This was an incomparable destructive power. Nothing could stop it, and it was as if Vatican City was going to be flattened. In the surroundings, many great peaks flickered with Tao marks, lighting up an expanse of dazzling light. They constructed an expanse of ancient magical patterns, protecting Vatican City. In the end, it wasn't damaged. At the same time, the other three also took action. These four weapons were extremely special, almost about to release the power of half-saints back then. It was as if four ancient sword saints had revived and were cleaving heaven and earth. Yifan turned into a streak of lightning, moving within the tens of thousands of divine splendor hacked out by the half-holy weapons. He pointed out 4 times in succession, and they turned into unstoppable sword radiance. Even though the 4 ancient holy knights' magical power was boundless, their reactions were fast, and they blocked it with the half-holy weapons, but a strand of the aftershock still injured them. On the spot, The four of them flew out as if they were struck by lightning. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and many of the bones in their bodies were broken. They all revealed expressions of disbelief. It wasn't that they didn't think that Yi Fan was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this terrifying. His speed was too fast. Even with half-holy weapons, they couldn't hack that golden figure. Moreover, this kind of weapon consumed a great amount of energy, so it was difficult for them to use its true divine might. Suddenly, ancient scrolls covered the sky. 4 ancient scrolls rushed out from behind them, turning into 4 streaks of eternal light as they flew towards Yi Fan, suppressing him. Forbidden spell. The legendary ancient forbidden spell scrolls. Many people cried out loudly, and their expressions were extremely shocked. They all retreated, rushing out who knew how many li. Their faces were snow-white. They never expected to encounter this kind of thing. This was the Tao mark personally carved by an ancient half-saint. It was the most terrifying talisman, and as long as one was struck by it, they would undoubtedly die. This was because the forbidden spell was equivalent to the full power attack of a half-saint. 4 half-saints took action. What kind of concept was this? It was unimaginable. Any one of the half-saints was enough to kill a god race expert. When 4 of them joined forces, it would be a fatal blow that couldn't be resisted. It was clear that the Vatican didn't hesitate to use up their sect protection treasure, and the losses were immeasurable to kill Yi Fan. 4 forbidden spell scrolls appeared at the same time, so there was no way he could survive. This was a tremendous threat. Even Yi Fan's expression changed. He hadn't severed the Tao yet, so he still wasn't a true immortal king. When 4 half-saints took action, it would be a fatal blow. Wang. The all-life energy cauldron rumbled, suspending above Yi Fan's head. Boundless source energy poured down, protecting him tightly. He turned into a streak of lightning, rushing into the distance. However, right at this time, Pope took action. Magical force was like an ocean, and with a raise of his hand, several great mountains were moved. Heaven and earth rumbled, blocking his path. Moving mountains and filling seas. Pope actually possessed a great divine ability that was difficult to defeat in the world. These divine mountains were carved with ancient magical patterns and couldn't be broken. He wanted to use this to cut off Yi Fan's path, and then use the forbidden spell scrolls to shatter him. Yi Fan didn't force his way through. The other party had set up a killing trap for him. The ancient divine mountains were carved with world-shaking Tao marks. If he took the initiative to attack, it would definitely be activated, and he would be in big trouble. However, he wasn't afraid. He quickly calmed down, because he had temporarily avoided the 4 heaven and earth collapsing scrolls, and it was difficult to get close to him. Everyone, there is no need to worry. This is the ancient battlefield, and the forbidden spell won't spread out. Pope spoke, comforting those who were fleeing in panic. At the same time, he moved mountains and filled seas. All of the ancient sacred mountains flew up, and the sound rang out continuously. Thunder shook the 9 heavens, and it was incomparably terrifying. He was like a deity, the sun, moon, and stars being born and destroyed in his eyes. He still sat on the stone chair with the cross carved on it, and he didn't get up. Only his hands were moving about. Pope's blood energy surged, about to drown out the sun in the sky. He had the power to devour mountains and rivers, and his magical force overflowed into the heavens. It was incomparable, and it was as if he was splitting heaven and earth apart. Vatican City was being pushed by his hands, chaotic energy surged violently, and it was incomparably terrifying. The divine might of the 4 scrolls was boundless, as if 4 half-saints from the ancient era were taking action. They wanted to send Yi Fan down a path of death. These were forbidden weapons that could kill him. In the rear, Dragon Sparrow, Zhong Yifan, Yu Weiyu, and the others were all shaken, feeling incomparably anxious. Meanwhile, those followers were also trembling. Yi Fan was trapped in this killing trap. Was he going to die? Heavenly might. The most powerful expert under the starry skies. In the distance, many ancient clans were shouting. They deeply felt the terror of Pope, and a chill ran down their spines. They were all intimidated by his invincible stance, and they cheered for him. You want to kill me with these methods? You're still far from it. A calm voice came from the center of the terrifying battle. Yi Fan used the travel formula to plant an energy vortex, and he used the army formula with all his might to control the 4 scrolls to rush toward Pope. Boom! The sky collapsed, and endless black cracks appeared, almost swallowing the central sacred mountain. The 4 scrolls shrouded down, wanting to destroy the Vatican's divine authority. Pope's eyes were deep, and he didn't move from his stone chair. He stretched out his right hand and drew a cross in the air. Brilliant light shone, and a divine gate appeared. The 4 scrolls rushed in like rotten weeds, and disappeared with a world-destroying aura. The power of the powerful forbidden spell had completely disappeared. Broken void, gate of divine transformation. This was a world-shocking divine ability. Even in the archaic years, not many people could obtain this kind of inheritance. The divine method covered the world. At the center of the battlefield, Yi Fan's expression was cold. He took action against the 4 holy knights without the slightest bit of mercy. It could be said to be an unmatched killing technique. Wang. The void trembled. The 4 holy knights who survived from the Dark Ages were terrified. They discovered that the weapons in their hands were no longer under their control. They were all trembling, releasing heaven-overflowing power. In the distance, Pope wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. He couldn't change the result at all. Pu, bloody light flickered, and 4 waves of blood surged. The 4 ancient sect master-level existences were all hacked apart by the weapons in their hands. Blood splashed out 3 jong, and their bodies were split into 2 halves, collapsing into pools of blood. The 4 half-saint-grade weapons flew out, turning into inch-long pieces. They were dim and without light, returning to their ordinary state. They all landed in Yi Fan's palm, and then he threw them to his disciples. Dragon Sparrow, Zhong Qingyang, Zhon Yifan, and the others were shaken. Even their fingers were trembling. This was a half-saint weapon they yearned for even in their dreams. Who would have thought that they would be able to possess it one day? The Vatican City was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was terrified. 4 powerful holy knights died just like that. To the demons of the Middle Earth, this was insignificant. Who would have thought that there would be an ancient person like you who survived until today? Yi Fan said softly. His eyes were blazing as he stared at Pope on the sacred mountain. This was a great enemy. There's nothing to be surprised about. More than 100 years ago, I also met an ancient Daoist in the Middle Earth. Otherwise, your heaven-shocking ancestral artifacts would have been taken away a long time ago. Pope's voice was calm and incomparably calm. His eyes were actually filled with terrifying miracles that could destroy the stars and sink the moon. He was like a deity looking down on the world. At his side, all types of Tao marks appeared, interweaving into an expanse of brilliance. It was like the divine clothes of an ancient monarch, shining brilliantly. There were also mottled ancient marks that covered his body, making him look mysterious and terrifying, powerful and dignified. Then come down and fight. Yi Fan stood in the void and looked down on the Vatican. I'm old, I can't fight anymore. Pope shook his head and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, let the Supreme Holy Knight make his move. At the end of the earth, an ancient figure appeared. He walked over step by step with a dragon spear in his hand. It was as if he had stepped over from the ancient times and was approaching the present world. He was indescribably terrifying. There were a total of 5 divine race experts left behind. They also wanted to enter the Vatican, but 2 of them were killed by our greatest holy knight. As soon as Pope's words came out, everyone was shocked. This was actually an ancient existence that could kill gods. A holy knight that had never appeared in front of the world before. Is he the strongest expert under the starry sky? Everyone was trembling. They couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 992. This was an existence that had killed a god. He had once killed 2 god races in the ancient past. He walked over step by step from the end of the earth. His body seemed to have merged with the void, becoming one with the Tao. He held a dragon spear in one hand. Before he even arrived, a bone-chilling killing intent rushed over, making everyone tremble. It was as if they were facing a god from the ancient past. Everyone was horrified. Was what Pope said true? Some of the ancient families were even more terrified. If he dared to kill a god, then what exactly did the Vatican respect? He was getting closer. This person was closing in on them from the horizon. Sometimes, a person's temperament was enough to explain everything. He seemed to have merged with the Tao, like an immortal monument standing there. Regardless of whether it was the Vatican or the many inheritances that came to help, a large number of people trembled in fear and wanted to kneel down. This person looked to be in his 50s. His long golden hair could be considered thick, but it was already a bit dim. His skin was fair like pure white jade. The edges and corners were clear as if they had been carved by a knife. It was impossible to determine his true age just by looking at him. Only by looking at his eyes could one see some clues. His eyes were like the ocean, deep and ancient. This was definitely not someone from the modern world. It was obvious that he had lived for a long time. As for how long, no one could say for sure. Even the Vatican didn't know. He was the number one expert under the western starry sky. Yi Fan focused his eyes. This was indeed a powerful person who had existed for a long time. He must have survived in the ancient times and didn't choose to leave this world. It was hard to say for sure how powerful this Tao executioner was. In short, he should be very powerful. He was even more terrifying than the god race he had killed. He was the only divine knight in the West Earth since the ancient times. He was so powerful that people would tremble at the sight of him. He had incomparable battle prowess, and the experts of all races would feel sincere reverence when they saw him. Number 1 under the starry sky. Heavenly might. Number 1 expert under the starry sky. Everyone shouted. The great families that came to help the Vatican were all shouting. Their voices rose and fell like deafening ocean waves. This was a type of powerful aura. When a person stood there, they already possessed an undefeatable aura. This was enough to prove how terrifying they were. They could display the might of heaven and earth. The holy knights were in harmony with the Tao and were naturally close to the Tao. Their figures were blurry and real at the same time, giving people a feeling that they were one with nature like in the East. The Tao was not divided into regions, and the strong all had the same awareness. This person's mental level was very high, and his own cultivation had reached an extraordinary realm. Wu, he suddenly launched an attack, his speed fast to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Yi Fan's side from the other side of the earth, the dragon spear in his hands thrusting over, releasing a dragon cry that shook the 9 heavens, as well as the resonance of the Tao. Yi Fan's left hand's fingers were like knives, cutting across the dragon's spear. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and a golden divine fist smashed towards the man's head, like a gust of wind and lightning. Clang! The dragon's spear trembled and forcefully received Yi Fan's palm blade. At the same time, it spun around and blocked his golden fist. Tens of thousands of streaks of splendor erupted, releasing a sound like that of raging waves. Yi Fan was astonished. He had never thought that he would encounter this kind of person on Earth. This person could actually fight him in close combat. The power of his physical body was unimaginable. Could it be that this person was a descendant of an ancient holy emperor? He was truly astonished. This person far surpassed the other Tao executioners. In this close combat, he could definitely use the dragon spear to stab the other kings to death. The two of them turned into lightning. Their palms and fingers collided with the dragon spear, releasing waves of kung-chong sounds that made everyone's ears and hearts feel like they were going to split apart. They couldn't hold on any longer. Hong! Finally, a loud sound rang out. The two separated, and the surrounding mountains and rivers rumbled. Even though there were ancient Tao traces engraved on them, there were still some fine cracks that appeared. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. Swoosh! Pope raised his hand. 50 great mountains moved horizontally, representing the number of the great Tao of heaven and earth. These were ancient divine peaks with ancient saint laws. They surrounded the battlefield to prevent the shockwaves from reaching the outside world and damaging the palace and other divine lands. The reputation of the central continent's demons is not in vain. This time, things are truly troublesome. An elder at Pope's side said to himself. Indeed, Not even the number one expert under the starry skies was able to immediately suppress him. In a clash of physical strength, he actually didn't occupy the upper hand and was even inferior. This is truly a bit terrifying. The body of a sinner bathed in divine blood should be unrivaled under the heavens. How could he encounter someone who is on par with him? A group of elders became suspicious. They felt their entire bodies go cold. This was the first time they saw someone use their physical body to contend against the number one expert under the starry skies. Outsiders didn't know, but a few great figures in Vatican City knew the origins of this divine knight. He was an extremely legendary figure. Even though he had killed divine races and ancient demons that invaded, his merits and demerits were only equal. According to legend, Vatican City was a pure land of the gods since ancient times. It was the most famous heavenly paradise in the West and kept a jar of ancient divine blood. Generations of sages had tempered it hundreds and thousands of times, refining all the things that could harm the human body. Then, they added countless spirit medicines and mixed it with divine blood, refining it over and over again for who knew how many years, turning it into a supreme and sacred precious medicine, leaving it for later generations. The Divine Knight was an outstanding talent at a young age. He was a genius who could look down on his peers and was nurtured as the Son of God. His aptitude was said to be the best in West Earth for tens of thousands of years. However, he was too mischievous and often played around in the temple. Once, he accidentally knocked over the recently unsealed Holy Grail. At that time, he created a great disaster, but he was bathed in divine blood and swallowed all the precious medicines. He reached great heights and obtained an indestructible body. Vatican City was greatly shaken. All the great figures were shocked and angry, but they couldn't do anything. The divine blood had already been lost, helping this mischievous genius. From then on, he was labeled as a sinner and could only cultivate bitterly every day. He was forever shrouded in darkness and couldn't obtain glory. He could only silently protect Vatican City. There were sages from the ancient years who left an imprint on his body and condemned him as a sinner. That was why he couldn't obtain the power of faith. Since ancient times, he had relied on himself to break through to his current realm step by step. As a result, even though he was only a Tao-severing expert and was far from becoming a great king, he was still quite terrifying and powerful to the extreme. After all, this was the cultivationless age, and he had relied on his own strength to cultivate. He had cultivated silently since ancient times. The world's essence energy had slowly dried up and he had severed his Tao with great difficulty. He was the only person who had passed heavenly tribulation when the world became deathly still several hundred years ago. His cultivation didn't change much after that, but his Tao skills were incomparably firm. His understanding of the Tao was difficult for ordinary people to fathom. He was extremely powerful. Sinner bathed in divine blood, Vatican City's most powerful divine knight, the most powerful expert under the western starry skies. Use the dragon spear in your hand to pierce through the enemy and use his blood to wash away your sins. Pope said softly. The divine knight's expression was calm and silent. It was impossible to see whether he was happy or angry. He held the spear in one hand and stood in the distance. The first attack was just a probe. His opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. The Tao has wounded my body. I don't have much life left. I will fight this final battle before I pass away. He finally spoke. To be able to live from ancient times until now without relying on the power of faith to cultivate and obtain such profound Tao skills was truly not easy. It could be considered a miracle. However, time was merciless. Having reached this step, he was also about to reach the end. The world had dried up, and severing the Tao had harmed his body. Even if he was bestowed with the power of faith, he still wouldn't be able to prolong his life. Wang. The void trembled. The dragon spear in his hand pierced through heaven and earth. The heavens collapsed and wind and clouds surged. He was like a deity as he slaughtered his way over and pierced towards Yifan's chest. This dragon spear was extremely special. It was unknown when it was left behind or who forged it. It didn't have the world-destroying might of a divine artifact, but it possessed an undying divine nature. No one had ever been able to shatter it. The dragon's spear was originally very dim and lusterless. However, after being activated by the divine knight, it seemed to have gained a life of its own. It transformed into a divine spear that revealed its sharpness and pierced through the heavens. Even Yi Fan was moved. Such a person, such a divine knight, was able to survive until now. It was truly an anomaly. He had surpassed the experts of the divine race and was truly a formidable opponent. He formed seals with his left hand and clenched his right fist as he engaged in a great battle with this person. This was the first time he was so serious and solemn after returning to this side of the starry skies. The heavenly dipper god's dance. He actually cultivated it to that legendary realm. Many elders in the Vatican exclaimed and couldn't help but speak with trembling voices. The power of a divine knight was something even people like them couldn't measure. At this moment, a dragon spear tore through the sky. After splitting apart heaven and earth, a deity appeared at the tip of the spear and danced together with the blazing spear radiance. Yi Fan used his left hand to block the dragon spear and his right fist to attack that deity. The great battle didn't end. Both of their attacks destroyed everything. The ordinary mountains below were turned into dust under their first attack. One could well imagine how powerful their attacks were. Meanwhile, the 50 great Tao divine mountains that were engraved with the patterns of the ancient sages were also rumbling at this moment. They all lit up and released the chanting of ancient sages. This was the voice of the ancient saints. The Tao marks they left behind sensed the power of the two individuals. They interweaved and shone brilliantly, producing all kinds of strange phenomena. In the sky, there was a statue of a war god, a shadow of a light god, and a lightning god's all. They connected together and formed an indescribably astonishing scene. This was a type of miracle. Peng. Yi Fan fought against the divine knight who relied on himself to reach this step in this cultivationless age. Both of them fought to the point of madness. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. There was a pillar of blood rushing out from the top of each person's head, piercing through the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. With a single movement, mountains and rivers would shatter. With their current power, if they fought in the ordinary world, nothing would exist. A single roar from them would cause mountains and rivers to collapse. Roar. A long roar sounded. The two of them slaughtered their way out from the crack of the 50 sacred mountains. Astonishing auras erupted, almost breaking apart the great ancient formation that isolated Vatican City from the outside world. Pu. Many people coughed out blood. There were even more people who didn't get far enough and directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Several hundred people lost their lives because of this. This was a terrifying scene. A single roar was enough to make the experts of the present world unable to endure it, turning them into bloody paste. How could they even talk about fighting against these two? Pope's expression changed. He quickly used great magical force to move another 50 sacred mountains. This represented the number of heaven and earth, sealing up the battlefield to prevent this place from being completely destroyed. However, even this was a bit too late. At the very least, several dozen grand sacred palaces collapsed, and even more mountains and rivers turned into dust. A single strike from the dragon spear turned this place into a land of death, turning it into ashes. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's fist sunk several dozen great lakes and a large area of ancestral ridges, turning them into barren lands. They were completely erased from the earth. The two fought fiercely, turning into two streaks of lightning. Every strike was destructive and their auras devoured mountains and rivers. This was a battle between exceptional experts, just like a battle between gods. Everyone was dazzled. This kind of battle hadn't happened in thousands of years and was rarely seen. For everyone, this was a battle between deities. That was because these two had killed the divine race and were the most powerful people in the present world. This was a battle between deities. On Earth, Yi Fan didn't use the black arrow when he encountered such a worthy opponent. He had recently obtained great gains and wanted to verify them. As such, he only used his true cultivation to fight. Hong. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky pressed down and became gloomy. A snow-white and sparkling hand slapped towards Yi Fan. It was as terrifying and boundless as the vast sea. Pope, who was looking down from the sacred mountain like a deity, had finally made his move. At the same time, two powerful forbidden spell scrolls unfolded and enveloped Yifan. The two shriveled elders on the sacred mountain had used forbidden spells, equivalent to the attack of a half-saint. At this moment, the divine knight made an unexpected move. He held the dragon spear in one hand and thrust it towards the sky. Bang! He immediately pierced through the firmament and shattered it. The dragon spear shot straight up and blocked the snow-white sparkling hand, blocking Pope from above. "I'm about to die, but I only wish for a fair battle with a clear conscience." The divine knight was unyielding and spoke like this. He didn't accept Pope's kindness at all. He pointed the dragon spear at the sky and stopped the hand. Boom! On the other side, Yifan unleashed the army character formula to the extreme. He stood on a peak and reversed the two scrolls. He blasted the two powerful Saint Masters into pieces and razed the mountains and rivers to the ground. Chapter 993. The Divine Knight was different from everyone else. His performance was beyond everyone's expectations. His spear shattered the vacuum and shot up into the sky, blocking Pope's sky-covering palm. Everyone was puzzled, especially those from the Vatican. They didn't expect the #1 expert in the West to do this. Pope was startled. His expression was calm and emotionless. He retracted the sky-covering palm and calmly sat on the stone chair with the cross engraved on it. His eyes were as deep as the sea and didn't show any emotion. Yifan sneered and didn't say anything. Pope was an extremely dangerous person, but the Divine Knight was upright and didn't want to be like this. "Let's fight again." The Divine Knight merged with the Tao. He stood in the void and leaned on his spear. His entire body emitted an unparalleled sharpness as if he had turned into a divine spear. His murderous aura filled the sky. Buzz! He rushed over with his spear and shook it forcefully. Tens of thousands of spear shadows appeared, and every one of them was real. However, because the spear tip was swaying too fast, it shattered a part of the sky. Everywhere it passed, it split the sky and cracked the earth, destroying everything. Once the spear was unleashed, the mountains and rivers trembled. Nothing could stop it as the peerless sharpness pierced through everything. Bang! Yifan swung his fist. In this world, he was the only one who dared to take on the Divine Knight's spear head-on. Sparks flew everywhere. He used his golden fist to hit the spear horizontally, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Waves of terrifying fluctuations were emitted between the two of them. The void was split open, and an endless abyss appeared. Some cracks directly extended for hundreds of miles. The battle between the two was so intense that the spectators couldn't follow it with their eyes. They could only see two beams of light colliding with each other like comets crashing into the earth. Kai! Another spear pierced over. This time, there was a god standing on the tip of the spear with his hands behind his back. He looked down on the world and coldly glared at Yifan. He opened his mouth and roared, and a heavenly river descended. White chi waves were boundless. This was the trace of the great Tao. Yifan resisted. He formed a moon seal with his left hand, and a bright moon appeared in his palm to block the peerless dragon spear and defend. His right hand formed the great sun seal, and a cauldron-like divine sun burst out, shattering the boundless waves of Tao. He attacked with his palm. Rumble. At the limits of the horizon, the two tangled together. Tao fluctuations rippled through the mountains and rivers' ancestral ridge. The ancient formations were all activated, and the 50 sacred mountains became bright. Countless patterns interweaved. The ancient saints' formations were rumbling. Yifan fought against the Divine Knight. Both of them displayed their own methods, and the secret techniques they used were unimaginable. It was too much for one's eyes to take in. This was not only a battle of courage and mana, it was also a display of cultivation. Once the dragon spear was unleashed, there would be a terrifying scene of mountains and rivers collapsing. The eyes of the deity standing at the tip of the spear flickered with radiance as it swept through everything in its path. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all and would instantly turn into dust. Yifan conjured the heavenly seal and battled endlessly with it. The two of them were at loggerheads, their images shaking the 9 heavens. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became, neither of them backing down. The moon imprint on Yi Fan's left hand was mainly used for defense. The bright moon's light was gentle as it blended with the tip of the spear. It stuck to it and refused to let go. The sun imprint in his right hand was the main attack. Its radiance flourished, and after striking out over 1,000 times, that deity was finally blasted apart. Boom! A violent explosion erupted between them, and both of them were sent flying. This world-shocking attack caused all 50 sacred mountains to tremble, and a crack appeared in the middle as the two of them fought their way out. Without a doubt, this was another disaster. With a thrust of the divine knight's spear, dozens of mountains and an ancient castle in front of them were instantly turned into dust. The spear pierced through the void, and everything within a radius of several kilometers became an unfathomably deep abyss. Even the underground magma gushed out as a great eruption occurred. This was an unimaginable battle, and outsiders would find it difficult to understand just how vast their divine might was. A casual strike from the two of them was enough to collapse the heavens and collapse the earth. To them, this was a battle between deities in name and in reality. Yi Fan let out a long whistle as golden blood qi overflowed the heavens like the boundless sea. This kind of danger was even greater, and the several hundred knights of the Divine Splendor clan who happened to be in this direction all perished. They and their mounts were crushed into a mist of blood and bone fragments, and not a single one of them, including the clan lord, survived. Pope's expression finally changed. Even the 50 sacred mountains couldn't stop the battle between these two. If the battle continued to spread, this heavenly paradise that was isolated from the mortal realm would be destroyed. Boom! He channeled his great magic power, and in addition to activating the 50 sacred mountains, he also moved the 12 divine palaces. These were built by the 12 disciples who were loyal to Saint Jesus, and they existed eternally with the world, suppressing all directions. Yi Fan and the Divine Knight were locked in battle, and they couldn't care less about these things. In their eyes, there was only their opponent, and there was nothing else. At this point, it could be said that they had forgotten about everything else. The Divine Knight swept his dragon spear over. This time, the spear shaft was densely covered with Tao patterns, and it emitted a blinding light that turned into monstrous flames. This was the innate Tao flame, the embodiment of his cultivation. Fart! Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a Tao diagram with complicated patterns carved on it. This was the innate Taishu Gang Qi, formed from a mouthful of essence energy, and it was inscribed with his Tao. Back then, he imitated the Ji clan's secret technique and evolved it with the Battle Saint technique. A Tao diagram flew across the sky and clashed with the innate Tao flame. The two clashed continuously, and the Tao flame was extinguished, and the diagram was also blurred as they clashed continuously. Boom! The Divine Knight held his spear horizontally and smashed it like a heaven-splitting rod, splitting open the void. At the same time, 3,000 miles of ice and snow suddenly appeared, freezing everything. This was the extreme temperature, and it froze the rocks on the ground into pieces. In an instant, even Yi Fan was sealed within it. This was the embodiment of the peak control of the Tao. Just now, it was still the innate Tao flame, but in an instant, it turned into the extreme Tai-Yin Qi. The dual attacks changed rapidly, wanting to obliterate Yi Fan. To others, such a completely opposite Tao technique could destroy a cultivator. However, Yi Fan cultivated the Tai-Yin Qi and Tai-Yang Qi at the same time, so he naturally wasn't afraid. He waved his fists in the Tai-Yin ice soul, shattering the solid ice. His golden palm and fingers hit the dragon spear, and a brilliant light burst out, sending the Divine Knight flying, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. From the beginning until now, they had already fought for 800 rounds. Yi Fan was becoming more and more courageous. The Divine Knight was injured by this attack, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the light in his eyes was even brighter. Bang! He shook in the void, and in an instant, the heaven and earth were densely covered with plants. Ancient trees took root and grew in the void, and old vines crawled on the ground. There were also patches of flowers blooming. The entire heaven and earth were instantly full of vitality. Green light flickered, and the breath of life was everywhere. The Divine Knight retracted his murderous intent and blended into nature. He blended with the Tao and became the companion of nature. He advanced into the realm of the unity of heaven and man, and the breath of life that emanated from him nourished everything in the world. At this moment, he slowly raised the dragon spear, and it was not tainted by any worldly aura. The deity at the tip of the dragon spear had disappeared, and the blazing divine light had also disappeared. The body of the spear was dim, without a trace of luster. However, the dragon knight who did not have any murderous intent made Yi Fan even more fearful. This opponent had become calm and natural, very detached. There was clearly no murderous intent, but it caused all the muscles in Yi Fan's body to tense up. He had a premonition that an earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed. The surroundings were completely silent. It was extremely quiet, and no one made a sound. Even Pope had stood up. His eyes were resplendent as he stood on the holy mountain and looked down. The divine knight's face was as if it was carved from jade. It was incomparably solemn, and his entire being became one with the heaven and earth. He struck out with an otherworldly spear without any murderous intent. However, at this moment, apart from Pope, almost everyone collapsed to the ground. This was not the suppression of divine might, but the majesty of the great Tao. What he was brandishing was no longer a dragon spear, but a type of great Tao. It was as if he had picked up the entire sky and smashed it towards Yi Fan. There was no holy radiance nor boiling battle spirit. There was only this stunning Tao spear. Yi Fan's expression was extremely solemn. The movements of his hands were not very fast. He did not swing his fists, nor did he form seals. He simply swung them naturally, leaving behind a series of Tao trajectories. It was also so ordinary and simple. There was no explosive power or profound mysteries that could shatter the vacuum. It was extremely natural and untraceable. Bang! Finally, they collided together. Waves of ripples erupted between the two of them. This was the sacred wave of the great Tao, and it rapidly spread in all directions. The 50 holy mountains and the 12 divine palaces rang out incessantly, and all of them lit up. Tens of millions of sword chi rumbled, and apart from Pope, everyone else collapsed to the ground. Yi Fan and the divine knight did not have the slightest bit of worldly aura. It was as if they had returned to the primordial state of nature. Their movements were not very fast, but every strike was world-shocking and extremely powerful. In the end, Yi Fan changed. He no longer followed the path of the supreme Tao and began to break through the Tao, becoming swift and fierce. Golden blood energy pervaded the air, and his entire being suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His eyes were incomparably terrifying and sparkling. There was law, there was no law, there was Tao, and there was no Tao. It was all within a single thought. Boom! He trampled all of the Tao marks that filled the sky under his feet. At this moment, he no longer respected the law and broke away from his original Tao. He was like a lawless war saint, sweeping through everything before him. Nothing could stop him. Yi Fan continuously attacked, continuously clashing with the dragon spear. His feet trampled on the Tao marks as he stood there with his head held high, looking down on the world. The Great War Divine Knight had no fixed laws, and the Tao had already been broken and established. His golden palms and fingers continuously descended, colliding with that otherworldly and murderous dragon spear. Waves of resounding sounds rang out, and golden blood energy pervaded the surroundings. His will was stronger than iron, unyielding in 100 battles. He wanted to sever an extraordinary Tao, and now, a clue had appeared. He didn't bow down to the great Tao of heaven and earth and pressed forward. After over 1,000 exchanges, Yi Fan's left hand turned into a palm and his right hand into a fist, continuously bombarding the dragon spear. He struck out with his own terrifying Tao force that contained an unrivaled will. The divine knight finally couldn't hold on any longer. Even though he had returned to his natural state and merged with the world, he still suffered a terrifying injury at this moment and couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Fan's incomparable Tao force flowed through the dragon spear and into his body. It was incomparably terrifying, and even though his magic power was like the ocean, he still couldn't block it. PFFF. The divine knight spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was covered in cracks as he flew out for over 10 miles. He smashed into an immortal sacred mountain and left behind a human-shaped bloody scar. The 50 sacred mountains shook at the same time, and the 12 divine palaces trembled at the same time. The ancient sages chanting rose and fell, and the deafening sound of scriptures streaked across the sky of history. The divine knight walked out from the human-shaped cave and said softly, "I've lost." He descended from the sacred mountain and stood on the devastated ground. With a clang, he stabbed the dragon's spear into the ground and sat there without moving. His powerful life force began to dissipate. The divine knight still had the strength to fight. If he persisted, it would be difficult to determine his life and death after several hundred exchanges. However, he retreated and dispersed his battle chi. His life was approaching its end. Defeated. The number 1 expert under the starry skies lost to a demon from Middle-earth. The ancient times have already passed. West-earth's only divine knight had once killed a deity and killed 2 deities by himself. Today, he was defeated like this, everyone's faces were ashen. Yi Fan had defeated the number 1 expert under the starry skies, and this was equivalent to smashing their spirits. He had run amok in West-earth and collapsed everyone's will. The Vatican's saints, the young geniuses of the various great families, and all the giants were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and incomparably complicated emotions. No one could accept this reality. Chapter 994. The divine knight had been defeated. The dragon's spear stabbed into the ground as he sat there motionlessly. His vitality was slowly fading away. The Western sects couldn't accept this. This was an unbearable weight. Who could contend against the devil in the West? Why is it like this? He's the number 1 genius of West-earth in the past tens of thousands of years. His aptitude has shocked both the past and present, and even the deceased sages have praised him. Why was he defeated? The people couldn't accept this, especially the few who knew the truth. They couldn't accept it. The corporeal body of a person bathed in the blood of a god was unbreakable and had reached great heights. Yet now, his entire body was cracking apart and his life was about to end. Yi Fan stood on the battlefield without moving as he stared at the Pope under the cross on the sacred mountain. This might be his last opponent in West-earth. Suddenly, a group of young people rushed out of the primitive forest with a golden-haired girl who was shining like the sun. All of them were riding on strange beasts. Only the girl in the middle was riding on a unicorn that looked like it was carved out of suet jade, emitting a holy radiance. The numerous knights came from different clans and were a batch of young heroes of the present age. They formed a group with the Holy Maiden of Vatican City. They stood in different directions and chanted an ancient incantation together. This was the most sacred prayer in West-earth. These youths all had the most pious faith, and every one of them had a dazzling silver holy cross on them. They were executing an ancient forbidden technique. The Holy Maiden was tall and slender. She wore a light muslin, and her skin was like fine jade. Her beautiful face was filled with holiness, and her long hair flickered with golden light. Riding on the unicorn, she was like the daughter of a god. These people gathered together and used their most pious hearts to attract the sacred power of faith from the entire West. The power of faith, which was as vast as the ocean, rumbled in the sky. This scene was terrifying. It was divine and vast, and the world was about to be overturned. Zhong Qingyang, the phoenix goddess, and the others weren't the only ones whose expressions changed. Even Yi Fan's expression was grave. This was the willpower of all living beings in West-earth that was drawn over by them. It was vast and boundless, and it was impossible for a single person to resist it. The sky was pressed down. It was a silver ocean that was as pure and holy as moonlight. The willpower that filled the sky intertwined together and transformed into an ocean of life. Boom! The Holy Virgin of the Vatican waved her slender hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, intending to strike Yi Fan to death with the power of faith. Without a doubt, this was the purest and most holy power. For those who believed in the Vatican, bathing in this light could cure all illnesses and dispel all misfortunes. However, if it was a mortal enemy who didn't have the slightest bit of faith, this would be the most terrifying poison. Coming into contact with it would inevitably ignite and turn into ashes under the divine radiance. This was why the dark creatures that fought against the Vatican would eventually be burned at the stake and reduced to ashes in the eternal holy light. Without faith, this was the most fatal injury. It was impossible for Yi Fan to have the faith of the Vatican. If the Pope ordered the Saints and the other most devout believers to act now, it would undoubtedly be terrifying and fatal. The overwhelming holy light sprinkled down, as if there were thousands of divine moons hanging above his head. This place became an ocean formed by the gathering of the Milky Way, and he was completely enveloped. God is not omnipotent. Our Church is omnipotent. The Pope stood on the holy mountain. He was like an oppressive mountain, and there was a sea of stars in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was a god looking down on all living beings. Many believers were singing hymns like the sounds of nature. Their bodies were bathed in auspicious light, and each of them was otherworldly. Every one of them was like a god from the heavens. The Saintess was the quickest. Her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her fair face was filled with holiness. Her blue eyes were like gems, and she chanted an incantation, triggering a pure sea of faith power to refine Yi Fan. At this moment, everyone held their breath. This was a fatal blow. Activating the Vatican's accumulation over the long years, using the sea of faith power to refine the demons of the central planes might be the only way. Yi Fan was indeed withstanding a kind of heavenly might. The vast sky pressed down on his body, almost breaking his bones and flesh. There was a limit to one's strength. After all, he was only a human with flesh and blood, and not an immortal that had never been proven to exist. This was the heavenly might. At this moment, he was fighting against the origin power of the entire Western Orthodoxy alone. The torment he endured was unimaginable. The faith power drawn by the Saintess and the others was incomparable. "Master!" Zhong Qingyang cried out. He thought he had seen a corner of the future, and the establishment of an immortal sect. He never thought it would be such a scene. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. This was not only the power of faith, but also the Vatican's sacred light of destruction. It was actually so vast and majestic that it exceeded his expectations. A mortal might be weak, like an ant in the eyes of a cultivator. But if there were thousands, or even millions, or even hundreds of millions, then it would be terrifying. With endless faith power on one's body, it was enough to destroy a saint. The golden blood in Yi Fan's body boiled, and his whole body shone with boundless treasured light. He chanted ancient scriptures, and his heart was clear. He endured the pain of having his bones crushed, and did his best to resist the heavenly might. He wanted to rush out, but it was as if he had sunk into a swamp. The Tao scripture, Western Emperor scripture, and Eternal Universe scripture all rumbled, and the various secret realms in his body emitted sounds of merging. It's as vast as the sea of stars, but it can't be concentrated at a single point. This way, it won't be able to pierce through me and melt me. Yi Fan calmed down. He had suffered a great calamity. Although the faith power of all living beings turned into sacred light was fatal, he still hadn't turned into dust after such a long time. If such a vast amount of psyche power is gathered together and transformed into a holy sword, it is enough to destroy a great sage. This kind of strand of psyche power may be able to destroy me, but it will take enough time. Yi Fan calmed down, and there was no fear in his heart. He treated this as a type of training, because he thought of a legend, and at this moment, it was reflected, karmic fire. Evil karma harms people like fire. He instantly understood, and his heart became peaceful. There were no longer any ripples. He didn't have the faith of the Vatican, and to the Western Orthodoxes, he was a heretic, a sinner, and full of evil power. On the other hand, the Vatican's pure power of faith was like karmic fire to him. At this moment, he was suffering from the pain of burning his body and destroying his spirit. There was a very detailed and terrifying legend about karmic fire in Buddhism, and it was said to be the most terrifying supreme flame. It was a flame condensed from the karmic power of all living beings. It could burn ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas into ashes, and it could destroy ancient gods. There was nothing that could stop it. When all the sins of the world converged together, it became karmic fire. Yi Fan was opposing the Western faith, which was equivalent to opposing all living beings here. The boundless will on his body became his karmic fire. When Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment, it was said that he experienced the burning of karmic fire. He placed all the sins of his believers on himself, and he drew upon the karmic fire of all living beings. With the help of a body tree, he resisted all the karmic power, and the karmic fire became immortal, and he achieved Tao fruit. When Laozi left the Han Valley, Yi Shi saw purple energy rising from the east. It was vast and mighty, and it covered the entire sky. Although it was said to be auspicious and noble, it was also possible that he was using the Tao fire of all living beings to refine himself. Perhaps there was another explanation for Laozi's journey to the west. When Yi Fan thought of this, he naturally calmed down. He treated this as a form of training. Only when the predecessors were about to enter the realm of Quasi-Emperor would they have such a chance, and only then would they dare to burn themselves with the heart fire of all living beings. And he already had such an encounter at this realm. If he could break through, it might be a kind of Tao fruit, and he could use his divine abilities to resist the boundless power of faith in West Earth. Fortunately, the pure power of thought that was like the Milky Way didn't turn into a sword or a spear, and it didn't gather into a single point. It only spread out without a fixed shape, and it spread to every corner. This gave Yi Fan a chance to resist. In the end, he took out the chi of all things cauldron, and it endured the endless karmic fire with him. After a long time, the people outside were all dumbfounded. They could only see a man and a cauldron floating in the silver ocean of faith. Although there was holy light burning, he was immortal, and everyone was afraid. In the past, when the holy light from the Vatican was taken out, any enemy of the dark would be turned into ashes. They couldn't stop it at all. However, now, all of the power of faith in West Earth had been drawn over, and it surged over continuously. However, it couldn't erase the devil from Middle Earth. This was too terrifying. Yi Fan's heart became more and more clear. Even though he was suffering from great torment, it was beneficial. After being tempered 1,000 times, his physique and consciousness were tempered. If he didn't die, his life would flourish even more. What's being burned isn't my body, but the various thoughts in my heart. All sins are added to my body, burning the past to give me eternal life. Yi Fan muttered to himself. His corporeal body was injured, but it continuously recovered. His will was like steel, and he resisted unyieldingly. The cauldron grew by an inch and crossed the tribulation with him. It flickered in front of the heart of his brows like an immortal monument that recorded every bit of his comprehension of the Tao. This wasn't crossing the tribulation, and it wasn't severing the Tao, but it surpassed all of these. From a certain perspective, he could be considered to have already severed the Tao, being reborn in the flames. It was just that he hadn't obtained the approval of heaven and earth. It was because his strength had long reached the required level. He only needed to obtain a type of Tao fruit, trample over the great Tao of heaven and earth, and then sever his own Tao. Yi Fan and the cauldron rose and fell, becoming a streak of eternal light. It flourished even more than the raging sacred flame formed from the boundless ocean of will power. 4 hours later, he brought out the black arrow and the others to undergo the baptism. He even brought out the seed of the body sacred tree to refine it over and over again. Back then, when he was in Big Dipper Star domain, he had bestowed this object to Tong Tong and the others to use. However, when he took it back and used it in the flame domain, he discovered that there was something strange about it. There was the imprint of Sakyamuni Buddha on it, and in the end, he used the immortal flame to wipe it clean, branding it with his own imprint. However, he still didn't feel at ease, so he didn't give it to his disciple. Now, in this place, he borrowed the boundless karmic flames to begin the ultimate burning. He refined it thoroughly, feeling that this object was connected to his body and mind. There wasn't a trace of someone else's imprint, so he was completely at ease. Then, he used his mind as an imprint to refine this object over and over again. Finally, the patterns on its surface became natural, and he was reborn from the flames. He was like a god or a devil. Boom! Yi Fan's body erupted with immeasurable immortal light. The cauldron between his eyebrows had become one with him, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Around him, there were also the black arrow, the body seed, the Tao scripture, and the book of source of heaven and earth floating up and down. In the end, he stood up. Even the power of faith that was as vast and pure as the ocean couldn't burn him. He broke free and was bathed in the immortal holy splendor. Buzz! The cauldron between his eyebrows trembled slightly and flew into the distance, enveloping Zhong Qingyang's head. Then, the body seed flew out from his hand and appeared in the hands of the little Taoist master. Before I enter the star domain, these two holy objects will be in your possession. They are the holy objects for our sect to pass on the Tao and carry forward the legacy of the celestial court. Then, Yi Fan warned Zhong Qingyang repeatedly in secret that the cauldron had his Tao engraved on it and was the number one holy object. The body seed was only an appearance and shouldn't be confused. Everyone in the West was stunned. Even the vast power of faith and the endless holy light couldn't burn Yi Fan to ashes. What else could they do? The Vatican saintess and the other devout believers were in a daze. The pure power of faith naturally dispersed and couldn't be used by them. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and the holy splendor scattered all over the sky, enveloping everyone in front. The saintess was in a daze on the jade-white unicorn. The light in her beautiful eyes changed again and again. Then, all the young people, including herself, were illuminated. She chanted the name of the celestial emperor and walked over. It's been 2,000 years. I haven't fought anyone for 2,000 years. Pope muttered to himself. He looked down like an ancient deity. The sun was destroyed and the stars sank in his eyes. The scene was extremely terrifying.